going to call the meeting to order. First, I want to thank everybody for braving the heat to get out here. This is pretty unbearable weather, and glad to see. I hope we got the air conditioning working, so glad to see everybody here. Again, good afternoon, and welcome to the monthly meeting of the City of Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment. This board has the power under Iowa law and the zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear requests for variances and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, conditional use permits, and appeals from the decision of the staff and the administration of the zoning ordinance, and to make decisions in such matters. This is an open and informal meeting and is currently being recorded. The board members have received a copy of the agenda, staff reports, and recommendations. Copies of the agenda, staff reports, and recommendations are available to the public in the two trays on my far left. We should have 6 members here today. I'll introduce the members. Starting on my far right will be Brooke Rosenberg in the corner there. Cindy Smith will be absent today, and next to her is Tom Clark Sr. On my far left, we're going to have Jake Christensen, should be here today. Next to him is Mel Pins, and next to him is Linda Westergaard. My name is Bill Gray. The representing City Legal today on my left is Michael Kelly, and representing City staff, we have Eric Lundy, City Planner, Bert Drost, City Planner, Sue Ann Donovan, Zoning Enforcement Officer, and Emmanuel Toribio, City Planner. The board is required to base its decision in each case upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable to each case is identified in the written staff report. If the facts as determined by this board demonstrate that the criteria established by law for granting the relief have been satisfied, then the board must grant the relief. Otherwise, the board must deny the relief. All speakers are requested to focus their comments upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law have been satisfied. Each appeal will be announced in order, and the staff will present a brief explanation of the appeal. Any written comments received by the staff prior to the hearing will be distributed to the board or otherwise identified. All speakers are requested to speak from the podium over here on my right and to start their presentation by giving both their name and address. The applicant or representative of the applicant is allowed to speak first and will be allowed 10 minutes to present the appeal. Anyone else present to support of the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. Anyone present in opposition to the appeal will be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. The applicant then will be allowed 3 minutes for rebuttal or other closing comments. The meeting will then be closed to public comment, and the board will make a decision. That decision and reason will be announced. Items on the consent portion of the agenda will not be individually discussed and will be considered for approval in accordance with the recommendation in the staff report unless an individual present or a member of the board requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda and separately considered under the public hearing agenda. The decisions of this board can only be appealed to the Polk County District Court. If you believe you have been harmed by an error made by this board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the district court within 30 days of the filing of the board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this board are wrong, you may petition the City Council to change those regulations. All material, written or otherwise, used today as part of any presentation will become a permanent part of the record and will not be returned. Cell phones, if you have them on, we ask you to turn them off or at least put them on vibrate because they're very disruptive to the process here. We will be taking a short break around the 3 or 3:30 time period. And one other note, the City Council will be wanting to have a meeting in here at 4 o'clock. It's not urgent that we finish by then, but we'd like to kind of set a goal to get done by 4 here. So let's keep the meeting moving, and we'll be doing quite fine then. As I mentioned, there's items that are on the consent agenda, and there are some changes to that. Bert, if you could go through that for us.
We do have a few changes to the consent agenda. Item number 1, the appeal at 4001 Willowmere Circle. Staff's recommended approval, but subject to a condition that the applicant's not in agreement with, so we're going to hear that one separately. Item number 5 is the appeal at 708 Foster Drive. We've had 2 neighbors submit opposition and the neighborhood association submit opposition, so we're going to hear that one. And then item number 8 is the American Legion at 1813 Southeast 1st Street for a sign. Staff has actually recommended denial of the sign, so we're going to have to hear that as a discussion item. Then the other change would be item number 20 at 2121 University Avenue. It's for a dumpster enclosure within the front yard setback. Staff is in agreement with that. All of the neighbors and the surrounding neighborhood associations that we've heard from have submitted consent, so we feel that one could be moved to the consent agenda if the board is comfortable with that.
Okay. Thanks, Bert. So we'll start with item 20. We'll have to vote on that separate. Is there anybody here to speak against item 20? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to move item 20 to the consent agenda.
Yeah, I'll move item 20 to the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. So we'll move item 20 to the consent agenda. So with the changes that Bert has given us, that leaves item 2, a variance at 1416 Locust Street. Item 3, an exception at 3500 East Court Avenue. Item 4, an exception and variance at 1626 East 13th Street. Item 6, an exception at 1238 46th Street. Item 7, a variance at 2012 South Lawn Drive. Item 9, amend the conditional use permit at 2100 Maury. Item 10, a variance at 623 High Street. Item 11, an exception at 6015 North Waterbury Road. Item 12, an exception at 3727 Lincoln Place Drive. And item 20, which is an exception at 2121 University Avenue. Now, on all those items that I just read out, is there anybody here to speak against any of those items I just read off? Okay, I'll entertain a motion then to accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the variances, exceptions, and amendments to the conditional use permits as requested, subject to staff recommendations on items 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9 through 12, and item 20.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. So if you are here on those items we just read off, they've just been approved. You're welcome to go get your permits and get started, or you can sit and watch your city government at work. Thank you. Nice line, huh? It must not be that hot outside. I thought this was a pretty cool oasis here.
We'll move into the 14 for the regular agenda.
Okay, we're going to hear a couple of requests for continuances. And Burton, would you like to go through them?
Yes. Item number 14 is the appeal at 500 East Locust Street. It's the request from Peggy Rash that's for the 6th story of the Teach Out building owned by Teach Out Properties LLC, represented by Kirk Blunk. They've requested a 60-day continuance to the September Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting. They feel there's been a lot of misinformation out there that they want time to get settled. I would also just point out that the title holder, Kirk Blunk, at one point had withdrawn his consent for the application. In a voicemail from him this morning, it sounds like he still wants it to move forward, but he is wanting a 60-day continuance as well, so he can sort out these issues. But there may be some people who thought the item was already removed from the agenda, so they didn't attend today's meeting just based on this communication. But I'd also point out that it was the legal department's determination that at the time the application was submitted, Kirk Blunk had consented to it. So even if, and then by consenting to it, that put it in the board's jurisdiction, but even if he withdraws his consent after that, it still stays in the board's jurisdiction, but he can still be in opposition to it, but it's still in the board's court.
So his current position is he's requesting a continuance?
Voicemail I got from him this morning was he is in support of a 60-day continuance. But
Is the applicant here?
I'm Todd Von Steen, representing Vintage. So I'm part of Vintage, but I'm not part of Teach Out Properties.
Okay.
Can I answer anything?
Well, I'm curious why, normally the process works that you have up until, in this case, June 30th to put an application together, and we hear it almost a month later. And in rare instances, do we give continuances just because you're not ready. If you can enlighten me as to why you think you need more time to go through this. From what I'm looking at, and believe me, I'm just looking over briefly what the staff is recommending, that it looks to me like everything's here. So,
Other than we're reworking our lease. We're renegotiating our lease. So that's really what our biggest problem is right now. Without the new lease in place, we can't even get our wine permit anyway. So we just need time to get that lease sorted out with Kirk.
okay. Any other questions? No.
Just an obvious one, this means there will be no sales of alcohol in any form?
Well, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just want to clarify it.
Yeah, no chance.
And you are requesting a continuance?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with the consent of the applicant, I'd move to grant a continuance for 60 days or to the next regularly scheduled meeting in.
If you can hold that thought, let's see if anybody's here to speak in protest. Is anybody here to speak against item 14? Get it.
Marcia Steele. I own a business at 520 East Grand Avenue in the historic East Village. Mr. Von Steen and I both have served on a board together. I think the crux of this is that one question is wine tastings. Wine tastings are actively going on. So before you say no sales of liquor, talk about the wine tastings that are going on and whether or not that is allowable during this 60-day period. I would advise you not to allow wine tastings. I'm sorry I don't have prepared remarks. And I have a lot of hearsay. The issue with the lease is because there is no lease. Mr. Blunt did not require a lease when Mr. Von Steen moved in. They knew each other, so he's been living there with no lease. So the fact that there is now a 60-day request for a contingency to get the lease in place seems absurd. That means that Peggy Rash applied for this with no lease in place, so I would like people to check on that. And then I go back to the main point. Should there really be more liquor in the teach-out building? I don't believe that there should be. Mr. Blunk has let it out in the East Village that his insurance for the building would go up $12,000. And so that's why this letter exists, because he's saying he has no intention of incurring additional liability. However, with the voicemail that Bert got saying Mr. Blunk now would like a 60-day continuance, I don't understand that. I'm baffled. I would hope that you would be, and that if it were a legitimate business practice with a legitimate marketing plan, which was talked about the last time, if this wine is just 15%, heavens, why aren't they just actively selling 85% of vintage and moving forward without this? Actively moving forward, because 15% doesn't kill a business. So I think those are my fleeting and not organized remarks, but I did want to speak before the board.
You know, there's just appears to be a lot of, I guess, misinformation here. Would you object if there was a continuance granted so you could talk with them a little more?
No, but I would like all the players here at the September meeting so that it gets handled at one time. I'd like Mr. Blunk here, and I'd like Peggy Rash here, and I'm Mr. Von Steen, and all of the other tenants who were here last time.
I agree.
So it should be settled.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. You've got the motion on to...
Yes, with the consent of the applicant, I'd move to continue to the September, regular meeting in September, which is the 4th, the 26th?
Okay.
To September 26th, 2012.
Can we, as Ms. Steele asked, require that all the players be here, not just one, or are we overstepping our bounds?
I think I'd like to have Mike look into the, I know the board has some limited subpoena powers, but I'm not sure what those are exactly.
Well, who are all the players that you were mentioning? Peggy.
Those are some of the other tenants. I think Samantha and
you
Julia
weren't
were
here last
tenants.
time.
Yeah.
The
That were in
tenants showed up
opposition.
and spoke against this.
Oh, okay.
Can ask that notice be sent.
Yeah, we can definitely provide them notice. I'm not sure what the board's authority is to compel
I don't know
them
either.
to be here.
I would hope they'd have an interest in wanting to show up since they're the applicant. And I think it would look very dim if they didn't show up, so.
I think we'll do our best to indicate that there's a desire for them to be here.
That's what I like.
How about that?
Okay.
Can we also add, is wine tasting going on now?
I'd like, is
Yeah, I
it?
don't know if Bert, was that in it?
Can we ask that it not be?
No, I
No,
I
we
think
I think
that
it had been going on, and that was
without
previously
expressing,
indicated by the applicant.
yeah, without expressing an legal opinion, I don't think that's legal
Yeah, I didn't know.
For us or for them?
for them.
All right, for them. To be
Yeah,
doing-
I
For
don't
them?
think the board can put in stipulations on a continuance
Okay.
in terms of actions.
No illegal activities take place?
Well, that's enforceable outside the jurisdiction of the board
Call
if
the
it's
police.
true, if it's truly happening.
Sounds like Elliot Ness
I
stuff.
know.
Okay.
Okay. We got a motion to continue to the September 26th meeting. Jake, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 6-0. We'll see you and a cast of thousands, we hope, September 26th.
Maybe just a dozen.
And the other item that has requested a continuance is item number 15, the Thirsty Sportsman Tavern at 4800 Southwest 9th Street. They called yesterday and said their attorney was ill and unable to be here today. But the staff recommendation, and I can let Sue go over that, our recommendation is, I guess, to hear it today and to retract the conditional use permit. If you remember back in January, the conditional use permit for the bar, the Thirsty Sportsman, was reconsidered by this board. And at that time, they put the 3 conditions on it, one of which the conditional use permit shall be reviewed again on July 25, which is today. So, anything to add?
Yeah. In connection with the request for continuance, have you ever received anything in writing from any attorney that says that they represent these people?
Chair of Board, I could probably address that. Joe Nugent had represented them at the last hearing and had represented them up until roughly a month or so ago. Can't remember exactly. It's been over 2 weeks ago that he informed me that he could no longer represent them due to health reasons. They have had at least that long to retain other representation for this hearing.
And you haven't gotten any written indication from any other attorney that these people are represented?
No, I haven't.
I mean, I have a little more sympathy if an attorney asks for the continuance because of his schedule or because he's ill, but we have these people that know that this is supposed to be heard today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just so I understand,
Therefore, I would urge you not to continue.
you're kind of picking up what I'm starting to think. So you're ready to proceed?
I'm ready to proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah?
is the appellant here or anybody in support or
Okay,
against
good place to
this?
find out.
Yeah.
As an applicant representing, you're going to request a continuance?
My name is Nikki Gorla. I am the owner of the building. My tenant still has Joe Nugent representing him. Joe Nugent had sent an email to my tenant requesting that Sue Ann send requests to the tenant because of his illness. I spoke to him Thursday, which I believe is when he sent her the last email. I just received the stack recommendation yesterday.
Okay. But it's your request, not the attorney's request to
Well,
have the
that was his
continuance?
advice to me when I talked to him.
Okay. All right. And the reason is he's still representing you and is in ill
Yes.
health? Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Was anybody here to speak in opposition to item 15? I'd like to hear what you'd have to say. I think you've been here before, haven't you?
I haven't been here before.
I need you up here, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. My name is Connie Labarenz. I live at 936 McKinley Avenue, Unit 6. The Sue Ann and I believe the owner of the strip mall, came into my home on a Saturday to listen with the band playing. At that time, I believe I told you all that I could not hear them in my kitchen. And as soon as I have on my cell phone, my camcorder, this last week of them playing the music from inside my kitchen. They've all been inside my kitchen. They know what my kitchen looks like. So I have on my camcorder the music that they've been playing down there this last week. It hasn't stopped.
So your view is you'd like to hear the case today, then?
Yes, I would. I'd like to hear the case today.
Okay.
I took off work. I think that I'm ready. I don't know why they wouldn't be ready.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah.
If you were inclined to continue this again, I would request that you impose the same restrictions on the bar that we had a continuance in the last hearing for, that they not play any music until this is heard. This is an ongoing problem. We have sound readings. We're getting multiple complaints from not only the Connie who just spoke to you, but other tenants in the apartment condominiums. This is ongoing, and if we could have silence during the appeal time, that would probably help
Okay.
us greatly.
Thanks, Sue-Ann.
Sue-Ann, I am still not clear about Joe Nugent, who he used to represent, who he decided not to represent, and then whether or not the city's been notified by Mr. Nugent of any change in Mr. Nugent's status since last he told you that he didn't represent them.
I have nothing else from Mr. Nugent. I have no request for continuance. I have no indication that he's currently representing them.
Okay.
This is the first I heard that Mr. Nugent continued to represent them.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, were you here to I didn't mean to overrun you. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to say about the whole issue with the representation. My name's James Bessler. I own the Thirsty Sportsman. Is that it wasn't that he is no longer representing us. It's just in order to reduce, legal costs. And there's been several requests for the reports, the 95 decibels, to actually give the reports. That it would be quicker if she would send the request to me, so that I could get them down to her as faster, and just so that there wasn't more legal costs due to this. And then the aspect of the music last weekend, the police continued to come out, but like just this last weekend, they came out and they said they couldn't hear anything and they left. They're continually being called, but they don't think there's a problem, so they aren't doing anything.
If we hear the case, you can probably give me all that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, in regards to the attorney, he is still representing us. He was never not representing me. He was not able to request the continuance. I don't know how this works. He talked to Ms. Gorla and suggested that we do that, and I didn't realize that he was supposed to be the one to request it.
Nugent represent the tenant or the owner?
Mr. Nugent, is he representing the tenant or the owner?
Both, basically.
Mr. Nugent informed the city that he no longer represented.
No, he did not.
Okay.
The email it did not say that he no longer represented us. It just said that, the request for the records that were being sent through him should instead be sent to me, because then they would be handled quicker, because I'm the one that actually has to do it, and so that there weren't further bills from him being the middleman in this. But that's not to say that he's not representing me anymore.
Okay. But you're here to request a continuance as the tenant?
Yes.
Okay.
But and
that's all we need to know right now. You're here to, that's what.
Well, except as the tenant, I received no notice of this. The only person that received any notice was the building owner. So except for talking to her, I would not know about this.
Wait a second. You had noticed 6 months ago that this was going to be heard today. That was the order.
Well, nothing was ever sent to me about that actually either. The only thing that's been sent to anybody concerning this is been sent to the building owner. So if I did not have contact with the building owner as much as I do, then I would not have known about this. But also, I knew that it was going to happen, but, I mean, was not able to. The only thing that it said 6 months ago was that it was going to be reviewed.
Okay, we're going to cut it off, because you're here to request a continuance.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at right now. So we're going to have to vote on that before we do anything, either continue or move on. So thank you. But, was there anybody else here to speak in opposition? I didn't want to run anybody over. Okay. Right in front of us now is the request for a continuance. We got some discussion on that?
I'd like to see what Sue Ann has.
Okay.
I was able to pull up the communication. I received an email from Mr. Nugent. Unfortunately, I don't have printing capacity within this building, and I can pass it around and you can read it. But it says, I no longer represent the Thirsty Sportsman or James Beasler. Please address all future communications to Mr. James Beasler at this email address, Thirsty Sportsman.
Can you lay the screen under the camera there? There we
I'd
go.
like to have them take a look at that. I don't need a response. I just want you, that's what we're going to be basing our decision on. Okay.
Good. It's pretty clear.
Yeah. Discussion. What do we want to do?
I don't want to see a continuance.
I don't either.
Hey, we've got a property owner here. We have the business owner here.
I've been here multiple.
It's time to hear this thing out.
Yeah. And I keep looking at this, and it's the same thing over and over again. I don't think a lawyer being here is going to change any aspect of the way we view this case. So I'll entertain a motion for either hearing or continuance.
Make a motion that we continue on with the case. We hear the case today.
Public agenda, okay. Is there a second?
Yeah.
I'll second that with a friendly amendment that we hear the case immediately at this time.
Well, we got to go in order, so.
Okay.
But we'll hear it today. I moved
Or
in
yes,
second.
or we go in order.
No, no. I'm sorry. We've already,
I also have a meeting at 3 o'clock that I forgot.
Well,
no. Been moved in second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We will be listening to item 15.
okay, when we get there.
All right. Moving on, let's get on the public hearing agenda. First one is item 1, a variance at 4001 Willamere Circle.
Item number 1 is a request for a 6-foot-tall solid wood fence within the front yard setback. The subject property is a unique property in that it has 3 frontages. The house is kind of oriented towards Willamere Circle, but it has frontage along both Southwest 40th Street to the east and then Willamere Circle again on the west. So the applicant is wanting to construct a 6-foot-tall wood privacy fence around an existing in-ground pool. Up until recently, the pool was surrounded by, I believe it was a 6-foot-tall chain link fence that has been removed. But now they're wanting to replace that fence with a solid wood fence. In speaking with the applicant, it sounds like the pool wall had collapsed over the winter, so they had to remove the fence in order to dig it out, and now they're wanting to put a solid wood fence back in its place. Here is some photos of the pool. You can see the front property line along 40th, southwest of 40th Street. This is, again, looking from the southeast. They've put a temporary chain link fence just for safety reasons around the pool in the interim. Another photo. And we received comment cards back, just one in opposition who's concerned about losing their view. Staff has recommended approval of the variance, but we have recommended the condition that it be placed 6 feet to the west of the sidewalk. We felt that it appears at least that there's room between the sidewalk and the pool to put a 6-foot-tall, set the fence back 6 feet from that sidewalk. However, the applicant's here today to make their case for why they still want it along the front property line rather than pushed back 6 feet. So, were there any questions?
Yeah, I have one. Show me a picture of the line of sight from the objecting neighbor. What's his objection? I don't get it.
I'm not sure if I know I had pulled into that driveway to see if you could see, and it wouldn't block it wouldn't be within their vision clearance triangle, but they're just concerned with the view from their house. You can see the house is fairly close to the property line, so they were concerned that the 6-foot tall fence would block their view from the house.
Window would be right there.
get out of their driveway?
Yeah, that's a great.
I think the card just said their view from their property. I don't know if it specifically said.
But do you think it would help their view if we went along with what your recommendation is to move the fence in 6 feet? Wouldn't that
Yeah,
be
that
kind
would
of a
help.
compromise?
It would help their
Wouldn't
view
that
a
help?
little bit. Yes.
I don't see how that helps. I mean, clearly, they want to see to the south. They want to look at the pool. And you're going to block their view of the pool. I mean, they can get in and out of their drive. I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying.
Those are, yes.
Bert, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
can I
go
ask
ahead, you're
Bert a
good.
question? Bert, would there have been any discussion, or just in looking at this, I'd think, hey, if they could cut that fence at like a 45-degree angle, make 2 45 corners, yes, just like that. Was that discussed at all?
No, I haven't discussed
Okay.
that with them.
All right. Because I would think that would minimize that, 90-degree corner right there on the lot line. But maybe that's something the appellant we can discuss with.
Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Thank you for hearing me today. I'm Rhonda. My husband Dwight, we own that property. That fence, the 6-foot tall chain link fence, yeah.
I know you're Rhonda. I know he's Dwight. I need a last name too.
Oh, Greaser.
Thank you. And your address.
It's 4001 Willamere Circle.
Thank you.
For almost 40 years, there had been a 6-foot chain link fence up around the pool, and Japanese evergreens were planted. You can see it from that picture all the way around that pool, except for our neighbor to the north. What happened is our pool needed extensive repair, and so we had to take down that chain link fence, and we decided because the evergreens had grown in through that chain link fence, we didn't even know that, because it was covered up, that there were some holes that were in it, and it was a safety issue. Also, that's why we took the old fence down. And we were ignorant of the law and thought that we could put up a fence, and our contractor went ahead and took the old fence down, and then he said, oh, no problem, I can go down and get a permit, and went down and met Bert and Philip, and they said, no, you can't. So that's why we're here. I had a 3-foot to almost 9-foot, 30-foot hole in that, because I didn't want any water put in it, because we couldn't get a fence put up. So we went down, Dwight and I went down to talk to the permit people, and Philip said that you could put up a 4-foot fence, and the building code of Iowa changed in 2011 that said you didn't need, it was 5-foot, and it changed down to a 4-foot. And he said, so you're in compliance with the building code, you don't need a permit, and you can put up 6-foot-inch posts and the 4-foot fence. So that's what we did, and that is what is there now. And what I am going against Bert on, we could move, that end, put up a privacy fence, but because of the way of the pool, you have to have a 20-degree angle for the floating of the water and the splashing, and it would cause excessive pressure to be put on the wall, and we'd be back with problems again. So the part A of our complaint forget it. And because of our neighbor, also, he let me know that he didn't want a privacy fence put up. But we had, for 10 years, had just laid a privacy fence just between he and us. We took that down. So for the sake of neighborhood companionship and friendliness, I'm just here requesting I get back what we had. Just a 6-foot chain link fence around that pool, and it's just for safety. We've talked with our insurance company, and they were, they said, absolutely, you can't have a 4-foot fence. You have to have a 6-foot. So we were just in a mess. So right now, the 4-foot chain link fence is up around that pool. I'm just requesting that we keep it in the same parameter. The bushes are taken out. There was more of an issue with seeing that driving south or north there when those bushes were up there. It's all been, you can tell from those pictures, that's all been taken out, and we're trying to make the property look a lot better. And the zoning people have been very nice through this
Wow.
mess.
That's nice to hear once in a while.
I know that. So what you're
Not that
saying,
they aren't.
you want to amend your appeal?
Yeah, forget the A. We just want what we had and what had been there for 40 years, just to be able just to take down the 4-foot and put up a 6-foot chain link fence around that pool. And it mainly it's just for safety. And really, because of the insurance and because of we amended our insurance policy because they said the building code allowed that 4-foot fence. But I would feel safer. We would feel, as pool owners for 23 years, we would feel safer with a 6-foot chain link fence around that area.
Okay. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you,
No, I was, I don't have any questions for the applicant.
does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
You bet.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, the worst one is if there's somebody here to speak in opposition. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mel.
If it is a 6-foot chain link, that is allowable, correct?
Well,
Or,
they're only allowed to have a 4-foot tall chain link fence in the front yard, so they would need an exception of 2 feet over the allowed
Okay.
6 feet. But
when the pool was first built, was safety, and I'm assuming that's why fence height is generally required, either if not by the municipality, by insurance companies. When the pool was built, did it meet specifications, or do we
I
know?
assume so. We didn't research it to
Okay. Okay.
see, but since once it was removed, it was moot. But
So we can vote on this as an amended application, and it's not going to be a variance any longer, it'll be an
an
exception.
exception of
Okay.
2 feet over the allowed.
Well, if she's,
On previous chain link fences, we've recommended black clad vinyl, but the board can take it or leave it.
okay.
It might obscure the view, Tom, and you have something?
No, I don't.
I'm sorry. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. We'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
I would have been inclined to approve the enclosed opaque if we just maybe cut a little angle there, but if I had a pool, I'd rather have it enclosed private-wise, but I guess if she doesn't want it.
I would move to grant
Okay,
an
yeah,
exception.
there's no need to debate what they don't
2 feet over
want.
the 4-foot.
Keeping
Chain link
4
fence.
o'clock in mind.
Yeah, there we go, folks. I think you're picking this up. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any other further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Yep.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. You got 6 feet, and you can have a lot of fun with that. We'll drive by and check out.
Well, we'll be able to tell when you're out there. We'll do that.
I'll be over when it rains.
Item 5 is an exception at 708 Foster Drive.
Item number 5 is a request for an exception of 2 feet over the allowed 4 feet for a non-opaque fence within the front yard setback. They're wanting to construct a 6-foot tall decorative wrought iron fence around the front property line. And they would have, here's the sketch, they would put a gate where the driveway is. This is an example of the type of material and the type of the gate. that they would have. The reason that it's removed from the consent agenda today was we had 3 cards come back in opposition. Seen the one here was from the Neighborhood Association. Do you see the other? I just had the other 3, but there's 2 others from neighbors next door and across the street. And I'd also show you these photos that were submitted from one of the opposers. One is pointing out a tree stump in the rear yard and the place that the applicant, I was just visiting with him, and he said he's going to make that into a totem pole. But here's another photo of the tree stump, and this was person said toys are always in the yard. Another photo.
And who are these pictures from?
They were submitted.
Somebody in opposition is submitting these pictures?
Correct.
So they don't like the toys in the yard and they don't like the tree stump?
Apparently, right.
Okay. That's why we're looking at it.
Oh, now that's different.
Okay.
And showing the junk and debris. And
Can't have that.
And 2 more. Just the toys again, so. I apologize, I don't have those 2 cards.
They're in circulation.
They're en route.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're en route.
There's all 3.
All right. So our recommendation is for approval. We felt the fence was in character with the surrounding neighborhood. So our recommendation was just subject to the... Yeah, they're allowed to do a 6-foot tall wrought iron fence within the side yard and the rear yard. They only need the appeal for the 50 feet within Foster Drive. So.
And there's other wrought iron fences in the neighborhood already. This is just asking for an exception for 6. Any questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Board of Adjustment. The reason I requested, I'm Alexander Flower.
Before you go, need name and address.
Alexander Flower, 708 Foster Drive.
Thank you.
I'm the owner and the title owner. I know that there are a few fences in the neighborhood, and it is kind of a little bit unusual to put such a fence. But the reason I'm requesting the fence is because of the deer. I know that I'm allowed to have a 4-foot fence put anywhere I want, but the deer can jump over it very easily. And the 6-foot fence, they have to think about that before they really, if they're really very, very hungry, there's no food around, they may jump even over 6 foot. However, it still repels them. The reason I want to keep the deer away, and I'm just next to the railroad and to the waterwork parks, and where the deer just come freely from Rome everywhere, you know. So it's like a wilderness over there. I have even a deer trail going through my property. You know, they're like droppings of the deer regularly. So the reason I'm requesting is because I planted a number of at least 10, maybe a dozen of fruit trees. And for my children, for the family, I like to grow my own fruit, including peaches, pears, and plums, and so on, apples, various apples, and so on, and berries. So this is the 3rd year that I'm having a problem. And the crop is good, but they only 1 pear tree is still remaining there. There are a few pears on it, but they come and eat because these are like relatively still small fruit trees, and they just eat and reach and eat that. And grapes, I have like 6 grape vines, and they ate all the grape. They come at nighttime. So that's the only reason. The second reason is probably not so important, but I have small children, so I can let them be in the backyard or wherever they want to be if I have a fence. You know, not having being in danger from the traffic. You know, not to have watch them all the time. So that is the only reason that I'm requesting 2 feet above the allowance of 4 foot.
Okay. Questions? No.
Mr. Alexander, so you do not have a fence now on the back portions of your property?
No, I don't.
Would you think that the largest amount of the deer enter from the back part of your property rather than the frontage of Foster Drive?
Right, but I have to enclose all 4 sides.
Right. And I think by right you can have a much taller fence in your rear and even side yard.
I'm allowed to have a 8-foot
Right.
fence.
Which
And
would
if
probably-
I don't require any more than 8
I would
foot.
guess I would eliminate 99% of your deer problem. Perhaps the front fence is not the zone where they're really coming through, or if they're on Foster
Well,
Drive.
at night time they cross the streets, they come
Okay,
from all the
all right.
sides.
So basically, your yard is unsecured. It's not just that they're coming through your front yard, and you need the fence in the front to keep them out.
Right, I need to enclose all the 4 sides
Sure,
of the property.
Sure, which by right, you could enclose the majority of that with even an 8-foot fence and would need to be here, correct?
Pardon?
You'd be able to enclose the majority of the rear of your property, your side yards, with up to an 8-foot fence by right.
And I'm allowed by the code to do that.
Right, okay.
And that's not why I'm here. I'm here for the front
Right,
side
okay,
of the front
okay.
line of the property.
All right, thank you.
And,
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
Move to grant the exception of 2 feet over the maximum 4-foot height for a fence.
Got a second?
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this?
Neighborhood association doesn't like it, 2 property owners don't like it, nobody else is supporting it. I don't think he's explained his case that this part of this fence and this 2 feet is necessary to keep the deer out. I'm not going to support it.
Well, and I looked through the comment cards, and they're talking about everything else under the sun. He's just asking for an exception of 2 feet over the 4 feet. I don't see any problem with that, so I'm going to support it. So, any other comments? Okay, well, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? It's 3-3. Motion fails.
4-2.
Oh, wait, who did I miss? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you, okay. Motion carries 4-2. Thank you. Now we'll move to item 8. It's a variance on 1813 Southeast First Street.
Item number 8 is the Belizzi McRae American Legion at 1813 Southeast First Street. It's located on the east side of Southeast First Street, just north of Indianola Avenue. It's in an area that's zoned CO, which is Commercial Residential District, which is pretty limited in what it allows for signage. They're proposing to construct a 4-foot tall by 6-foot across sign with the reader board. It would be within about a foot of the front property line along Southeast First Street. Here's another closer view of what they're proposing. Since it's CO, commercial residential, it's required that any ground-mounted signage be at least 20 feet back from a property line, and it's limited to no more than 15 square feet in area per sign face. So they need 2 appeals in order to do that. Here's a photo of the building. You can see they currently have 1 sign on the south facade, which is along East Edison. Then there's another smaller sign on the wall right there. This is just the front along Southeast First Street. We just had the 1 card come back in support. Staff was just concerned that the sign that they're proposing is too close to the public sidewalk and that it's not really in keeping with the character of the surrounding area. There are some residential uses directly across Southeast First Street and just to the north. So we recommended denial of the requested variances. So, any questions?
Bert, that's a drawing of what the sign would look like. Looks like there's a sign there now advertising something
Looks like
in the right of way.
sandwich board and stuff.
I'm assuming that's not legal.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Bert, don't they have a sign on the building? Didn't you show us a picture of a sign on the building?
I have two. I hope your monitors are brighter than
That's
There's a sign
fine.
here and then
Okay.
Then a little sign. Do they have any objection to putting this sign instead of on the ground, on the building?
I haven't heard. I mean, you're right, that would be one option staff did discuss. Maybe they would still need relief from the board, but if they put one side of it on the north facade, the other side on the south facade in place of that sign, that could be an option. They would still need the board to grant variances for that, but
Couldn't you mount it like a blade sign?
Coming off the building?
yeah, I don't know how a
Right.
6-foot wide blade sign would look, but they could be done.
We can probably ask the appellant this, but I'm assuming that the sign they want allows them to change the message and the lettering, and so therefore, if we put it up on a building, they wouldn't be able to do that very easily.
Not in the winter.
What winter? Didn't have one last year.
Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon, guys. My name's John Spazzetto Jr., 4612 Southwest 3rd. I'm the commander of the American Legion Post. So how you doing? Yeah, the reason we want the sign, because we do a lot of stuff for the community, and people don't even know we're there, and that sign on the building, hard to see, and it's not changeable, like you said, if we climbed up on the building to change. We want a sign to put us out there in the open, because we do have dinners, pancake breakfast, bingo Monday where we can change, and we have the Christmas parties, and we are a non-profit organization, and we do supply money to different donations, charities, and stuff, and because like 70% of our money go to charities. And also, I just want to read our mission statement for the Legion Hall. It says, "For God and country, we associate ourselves together for the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to maintain law and order, to foster and perpetuate 100% Americanism, to preserve the memories and incidents of our associations in the Great Wars, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation, to combat the autocracy of both the classes and the masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard and transmit the posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, and to consecrate and sanctify our comradeship by our mutual helpfulness." That's through the neighborhoods too. And we got a pretty well connection with the neighborhood, but as the building sits now, it's just a building to most people. A lot of people don't even know we're there. And the sign out front, we put out like Sunday and take it back in Monday when we have bingo. And we had one other sign that got stolen, vandalism. Like that, it was like a $500 sign, the plastic fold tripod, and they took that, so that thing weighs about 40 pounds. And I believe the sign will benefit the neighborhood and benefit the charities and the organizations we do represent.
Okay.
And like I said, we can change the sign, put down the different activities for the neighborhood. So
Okay.
that's about it, guys.
I kind of picked up on Mel's idea. Did you ever think about putting a blade sign out there?
Well,
Oh, it was Jake? I'm sorry, Jake, yeah. You want to continue on with that line of question? I mean, to me, I think that's a win-win, but,
I guess my comments would be, I'd like staff to work with them. The sign is not an issue for me. I think they should be able to have some sort of advertising. If you look at the frontage, even though it has the semi-residential zoning, the building has significant presence on the street, and to me, the sign should be able to be worked out. So whether that's mounting it to the building so they can still manipulate the letters and have two sides of visibility, or if they mount one on one side of the building and one on the other, I would support either approach.
okay.
Because the idea is this, like we could get there, it'd be off the ground where I'm a short guy, I can't get up very high, I could change it. I'm the one who usually changes it. I'm the building maintenance guy too, so I could change the sign easy enough, and we'll bring a lot to the community, I believe.
Okay.
And also it'd be lighted, it'd be on both sides, and as you see, there's no other place to put the sign. If we did it with one on the ground like that, the building would block it on either side.
Right.
So there's not a lot of room there, but that's just the perfect spot for it. Perfecto.
Well, John, I'd like to thank you and the members of your post for your service to our country.
Thank you.
And you are a very, very good part of the community down there. I drive by your place almost every day on my way to work. I've looked past your temporary illegal signs many times.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily have a problem with what you're proposing here, because I know you're going to have to get to the sign to change the letters.
Yes.
And if you can put the sign somewhere where you can change the letters, then you're not going to need your other temporary signs. If you were allowed to put it where you kind of want there, could you scoot it a little closer to the building, like maybe within 6 inches, so it's
Yeah, we could
separate
put it
from the
closer.
building?
I think it was like a foot on each side. We could put it like 6 inches
Yeah.
closer.
Because,
3 inches closer.
youth that are going to walk by, no matter how good of a kid they are, if
Yep.
somebody walks by, if a sign is within arm's reach, it's a lot easier to play with the letters or mess with it or whatever. Just for your own benefit, I'd rather see it set back a little.
Yep, I agree.
I'm not opposed to what's proposed as long as it's no larger than what was requested, and it's,
That's all. That's as big as we want.
yeah, and it's mounted within, let's say, 6 inches of the building, just so long as he doesn't have any other temporary signs out there. I wouldn't have a
I
problem.
think those little critters took our other sign we had and it's
Well,
probably down on the river somewhere.
That's the problem with temporary signs, too. People steal them.
Steal them.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
Yeah, my name's Frank Kaufman. I live at 1101 South 45th Court in West Des Moines. We're a Signorama, and we drew out the sign, and the reason for the sizing on it. If you look at the right-hand side where you see the small sign there, that's about 15 square feet there, which is the allowance there. Can't get too much on it. It requires that side because there's like 4 lines of text there with 4-inch letters, so they can get all their events put on it. I think that space is about 12 foot between the building and the sidewalk, and that's a 6-foot sign. So if it was set dead center there, it would have about 3 foot off of the sidewalk.
So that picture isn't quite to scale?
No, it's not accurate in that, and it could slide back toward the building and get a little more space there. But I think the issue is it has vandal covers on it, so once you put the lettering on it, it's all locked into place, so it won't, nobody can tamper with it. And I think just like John said, the biggest issue is once you get it off of the ground and you try to change that all the time, 6 lines of text and everything else, on a stepladder, it's kind of dangerous. So I think it's far better to keep it down on the ground and use it that way. So, thanks. I don't know if you have any questions.
Anybody?
Would you have any problem scooting it a little closer to the building without, directly
No,
touching the
I
building?
think we can do that. We just got to get enough off that we can set it into place there. But yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
Well,
Well, I'm in favor of granting them the sign, and I think that they've always been a presence on the south side for 75 years probably. And I'm in favor of granting the request, provided that it's, in conformance with the signage that they've shown here at the meeting, and that it is as close as practicable to the building.
right.
Okay.
So that's the motion?
Motion?
Yeah, and I so move.
That's what I like to hear.
And I would second that with a friendly amendment that no other temporary signage, banners, signboards, sandwich boards would be allowed, as they aren't allowed anyway, but just as a clarification on a condition there.
That'd probably be a friendly reminder, but
Yeah.
to be legal. Okay.
I'll accept the amendment.
All right. Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 6-0. We'll be driving by and checking out your shiny new sign.
I guarantee you, that old sign will be in the garbage.
You can give it to the junk car guy so he can advertise some more. Yeah.
Thank you. Item 13 is conditional use permit at 5112 Southwest 9th.
Item number 13 was continued from the June meeting of this board so that they could revise the location of the proposed patio. The subject property is the Andy's Place Tavern, just at the corner of Fraser Avenue and Southwest 9th Street. If you remember this from last month, they have like kind of a U-shaped building, or really two buildings connected by a wall along the east side. Last month they were proposing to put a patio in this rear yard area within the driveway here. They've since revised it to be within a 10-foot by 40-foot area within the courtyard. And they're also proposing to construct a new 8-foot wall with the necessary fire escape along the west side to screen the patio. It's just a layout of the tavern. This is a photo looking back into the courtyard. You can see right now it's just a 10-foot wide area with a strip of grass. This is the tavern along Southwest 9th Street. It's just another view of the main entrance to the tavern.
You see that crowd?
And then this photo shows the duplex that is right along the rear of the property. Previously, they were proposing the patio in this area. They're now proposing it within the courtyard. You can kind of see in the photo the courtyard's between these two sections of the building. So it would still be within about 45 feet of that shared property line with the duplex use. Just another photo looking to the north. The courtyard is back. You can't really tell, but there's an opening in these two walls where the courtyard's located. We sent new notices of the revised appeal for the patio within the courtyard. We still got several responses in opposition, but then a couple in support. And then this was just the cards from last month when the patio was within the driveway area. And again, it's similar opposition. I think there might have been one or two cards submitted last month that didn't, in opposition, that didn't submit new opposition this month. Staff did look at the revised location for the patio, but we still felt that it was too close to these residential uses, just to the west. We did take a look at the police calls, and there weren't any activity related to this business within the past year. So from a police standpoint, they have been a good neighbor. But from zoning and land use, we just felt it was too close to the residential uses, so we've recommended denial. So, any questions?
Did we talk about this last month?
Yeah. Last month they were proposing to put the patio within this driveway area to the west of the building. It was continued so that the board could consider a revised proposal to put the patio within the courtyard.
I don't remember the courtyard last month at all.
So just for clarification.
It wasn't mentioned last month.
So for clarification, when the renotice went out, it was explained in the renotice that the patio is now being proposed to be within the buildings.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, the little sandwich area. Okay.
Yeah, the building is a unique building in that when you drive by on Southwest 9th Street, there's a wall that connects the two buildings. But if you look at it from the aerial, you can see that there's a grass
And
courtyard.
both sides are currently used as the bar?
The bar is on the south side. There's a hair salon and then
okay.
another,
All right.
two other commercial spaces.
Okay.
there.
But the city's position is it's still too close.
Yeah, if it's going to be open air above. There's going to be, they propose a 8-foot screen on the west side, but it's still open above. So.
If the board was of a mind that most of every purveyor of alcohol, beer, and wine needs an outdoor area to allow the patrons to smoke. Is this the most satisfactory outdoor area that you've seen lately?
Yes, I would say you're probably right there. It is not in front of the building, and it is further away from the dwellings themselves than this area here.
And it's not on the sidewalk like downtown.
Right. Yeah. Oh, you're right.
And they are walling it off, right?
They're proposing an 8-foot tall screen, yeah.
Sounds like Tally's down there in Beaverdale.
That is.
Yeah. Okay.
I would mention to it, if the board is inclined to grant it, we would recommend that you put the condition on it that it shall be required to comply with the city's noise ordinance and shall be only allowed to obtain a type E permit for background sound equipment. That would prevent them from any
bands
or live music out there.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
But would we make it, if the board were to allow this, could we put in there that the door is to always stay shut?
Yeah, that could be.
Because reading the card, that seems to be, I mean, he's saying, right now, the door's open and I live a block away and I can hear it.
And I think that's referring to the main entrance on the south side. That's not, I don't know if there's an existing door to the courtyard. Right now, the door to the business is right about here. And there's actually another
But how would they
secondary
get to the
door.
courtyard?
There would add a new door.
So if that door were open, then people over here would hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. Because right now, they're referring to the main entrance and then the fire or secondary exit here.
Brooke, Bert, it looks like from the sketch that the 8-foot tall fence would have a door. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would have to have one
For
a fire code.
a fire code? All right.
But you could put the condition that it only be opened in the event of an emergency.
These are the June ones from the last meeting.
Oh, okay. These are from the June.
Okay.
The police report doesn't show a lot of noise. All the cards say noise.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Rebecca Anderson, 5114 Southwest 9th. I'm going to try to overcome the objections. I've never had a police complaint on noise from there. And yes, we do leave the south main door open when it's warm out and, you can bring air through, et cetera. But no one has ever called me and complained, and I've never had a police visit on noise. We are really good citizens. We believe that, we're sitting in a residential neighborhood. We must be good neighbors. So let me kind of go through my little list of things. The general character of the neighborhood. In the crime report that was issued with the last one that we continued, there were 146 police calls listed. Only 2 pertain to us. One of those is interesting because as a good neighbor, someone came in off the street. They weren't in good condition. I don't know why. They frightened me. I did not serve them. I gave them only water. I did call the police. The police came and agreed that this person was not in a safe situation. And in fact, EMTs were called to help them. So, we really do take care of what's going on. Once again, the neighbors haven't complained, and truly, had someone have called me, I would have shut the door at minimum. We don't get into loud sounds. We have no bands. We don't do live music. We do karaoke and jukebox. We believe that the health and safety of a neighborhood takes the responsibilities of the people who live there every single moment, that the businesses that are there, such as we have to be concerned, and then, of course, the police help us have a good and safe neighborhood. We do not and will not put any sound equipment on that patio. If you want to listen to music, you listen to it inside. Karaoke will be inside. You are in the wall to the east on the enclosure that will have the emergency exit bar on it, but it would remain closed at all times. Number one, as a good neighbor, I don't want kids near that outdoor patio. So I have to make sure that the only way a child can get any access is to come in through the main part. So we say, So that would be closed for that purpose at all times, but would have to have the emergency exit bar on it, of course. We're hoping with an 8-foot that we really knock the rest of the sound down of people talking, et cetera. The line of sight will not be possible by the neighbors with the 8-foot wall, so they don't have to worry about seeing people drinking or bothering, to watch people. We realize this is a conditional permit, and we know that that means if we don't abide as good neighbors and as good citizens, we're not going to get to keep that permit. Patios are wonderful. Mr. Clark, your comment about smokers, they'll all line up and tell you that. I'm not a smoker, so it doesn't bother me to not have smoking anywhere. We really do believe that this would be a value to our business, of course. We hope it would end up being a value to the neighborhood. You won't see police calls on us. We know that should you grant us this, if we don't continue like we are today, it won't stay in place. And we would actually, I would not be the kind of person, if there were complaints and problems, I'd shut the patio down before you got to me, because I won't have it. Mm-hmm. So, and at my age and stage, I can do that. I don't care if people like it or not. I really have nothing else to say other than it would be nice if you granted this. It's not the end of the world. And so I thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions you have, and we'll gladly go with whatever your decision is.
Yeah, I just have one question. I wasn't here at last month's meeting, so where do the smokers go right now?
Oh, you know how they are. They go outside into the parking lot on the south side more than anything.
Okay.
I have 2 smoking things for them to put it in. I have to go out and sweep it all the time.
Do you think this will help keep that clear?
I can guarantee you it will, because I'm going to make sure they understand that.
Okay. Mel?
Everybody understands that I have rules that we have to get along. Okay, so when you come into my bar, you have to get along, and I don't tolerate anything else. I've literally made police calls. I just met the woman I talked to this week. She came down and had a beer. I had someone one time, they wouldn't let us call a cab. They wouldn't let someone drive them in their car and someone else follow them. They wouldn't stay and sober up, and wouldn't give me their keys. So literally, I can't assault someone. I literally called the police and gave the make and model of the car, the direction they headed, and said they shouldn't be on that street. So having done everything I could, I still try to be a good neighbor and protect them as well as everybody else. I can't tell you what happened to that because I never heard anything. But
May have lost a customer.
I haven't seen them since then.
Mel?
Just briefly, I think I understand the intention of your patio, but it's not your plan to have like waitresses serve people out there or anything like
No, you will get your beer and go out there and drink it, but
Right.
you'll have to come back.
Right, right. So if you want to have a quieter conversation, you go out there. If you want to have your smoke with your beer, you can be out there.
You don't want to listen to karaoke?
Right. You don't have any intentions to have any even ambient music, no speakers out there of any type,
No
nothing.
televisions, no radios, no speakers, nothing.
Okay. So the idea is you don't want to necessarily draw people out there, but you want to allow them to use it if they want to, right?
Basically, yes.
You're not going to have heaters out there in the winter or anything? Okay. Okay. And the first time around, you could see that a lot of the neighbors didn't like this idea.
For good cause.
Did you do any outreach to them in the intermission here to re-explain yourself?
I haven't had a chance to. My son's had some medical situations, and I just had to take time for one rather than the other.
Just kind of curious, because sometimes if you talk to the neighbors first, that can really kind of help
Yeah, and that was my
get them to understand it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for the applicant?
Thank you for
you.
your time.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
James Bessler, I'd just like to say that, I mean...
Need an address.
4808 Southwest 9th Street.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to say as a bar owner, I mean, you guys seem to be... People are going to go outside either way, and, you know, you can't really help people standing around smoking out in the parking lot. So, you know, this would be something that I would know that I would love to be able to do, but probably won't be in business, so it won't matter. But that it would, from what I understand about everything, would create a lot less noise, and rather than them standing out front where there's nothing and they can go wander around ever, it'd be a lot more isolated area that would do that.
Mm-hmm.
And since everybody has to go outside and smoke and everybody's still going to smoke, this would be the best thing and would really be helpful for anybody to have.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision. Wow.
I think you understand that I'm in favor of granting the permit for the exterior patio to allow smoking and no other music or mechanical or bands on the
Acoustic.
patio. Acoustic.
Anything.
But, because I think, now it's well thought out, now it's contained. It's necessary, really, for the enjoyment of the property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we get that in the form of a motion?
I move to grant the conditional use permit, provided that it contains the language recommended by Sue Ann Donovan for the...
Class C sound?
Yes, for the...
Only for a Class C sound?
That's correct.
And she's not planning on using that, so,
Yeah.
okay. No?
Could I ask one question of the applicant?
Unusual, but sure.
Okay. If we were to,
Get here.
yeah, if we were to grant this for you, would you be keeping the door closed between the bar and the patio unless people are traversing to and fro?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's a nice spring day and you don't need the central air, it's not like you're going to keep the door open. Okay, because I think the biggest concern that anybody had is they keep saying, we hear the music coming from the open door. So if you already got one open door, which I don't know if that's a problem or not, that's, I guess, kind of for you to determine. But I just wouldn't want you having that door propped open all the time to, keep that connection between those two
I agree
areas.
totally with
So
that.
unless somebody's passing through it, keep the door shut. I don't know if we need an amendment, but just look out for that.
Well, you can amend and that would be satisfactory. Like I said, I'm kind of surprised at the noise thing, period,
Okay.
because I believe that when I'm in there, I want to be able to talk
Okay.
to you and not
Right.
yell at you, so I keep the
Well,
sound down to that.
Next time you're walking the perimeter on a Friday night, just maybe check that out yourself. And yeah.
One other comment, ma'am. You might have the staff Xerox the cards that we got, so you have the names and addresses of everybody
And
that doesn't
address
like you.
them flat out. No,
Invite them down
I
for
have no
coffee?
problems addressing.
Coffee, yeah, invite them down.
You can have it.
Free coffee.
Free coffee.
By the way, we had the best Bloody Marys, so maybe I can.
Yeah, but give them free coffee and free Cokes, and, thank you.
Thank you.
Good with
All
that,
right. Yeah, and as she noted herself, it is conditional. So if there's a problem with it, it can be revoked. But based on Mr. Clark's proposal, I would second that with a friendly amendment that the door from the bar to the patio remains closed unless people are traversing through it.
Yeah,
Sounds weird.
That amendment's accepted.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye, motion carries 6-0. We'll be stopping down, checking that out.
Bloody Mary's less than $3. I'll take it.
Item 15 is review of the conditional use permit at 4800 Southwest 9th. Bert, are you going to talk, or is Sue Ann? Okay.
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, zoning enforcement officer, or deputy zoning enforcement officer.
I saw you wheel that in.
I'm going to pass around the cards from the re-notification for this hearing. This is the consent map. As you can see, the people in opposition are on condos behind the building. When we were here previously on this, the board entered an order on February 22nd of 2012 and asked that this be brought before you at this time to review what was happening with the sound at this property. What was decided at that time that they had to have monitoring equipment and ensure that the decibel level within the business never exceeded 95 dBA. We did request copies of their sound reading material over a period of time, and I have selected some of those and I've gone through numerous weekends. February 25th, this is marked Exhibit A and entered into the record. They exceeded the 95 dBA, and that was right after the order and that was quite consistent during that day. I don't know if you want to actually look at these or if I just enter
Does
it.
anybody want to take a look at those individual? I think
they'll be passed around, so
Yeah.
that anybody that does want to see them can see them.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Saturday, March 3rd, we had numerous incidents of over 95 dBA. In fact, counted 509 individual readings of over 95 dBA. That's
And this
hard
is
to-
measured
in the
building?
bar,
In the bar, okay.
from the band to the bar, top within the bar.
Within it, and how many dBAs again?
95, it's quite loud in there.
How many times did you say it violated?
509 in 10-second increments.
Because each time, like, there's a little meter that pegs and then it records, right?
And then you have to realize that it hits 95, and for a period of time in between the 95, it could go 94, 93, 94, so it isn't, we're measuring the peak, but as it goes, it's also staying right below the 95 for extended periods of time. It's not a 95 for a 1 second and then it goes down to 77. It maintains a pretty even up, stays up, goes down, stays up. So 95 is the threshold that you set, but if you consider that it's going from 90 to 95 continuously over a long period of time, that's pretty loud. So here's B. I will enter that into evidence, into the record, and pass it around. On March 10th, we had a maximum level of 94. It measured between 90 and 95 that night, so just under 512 consecutive rhythm times. That would be Exhibit C.
Excuse me, I am looking at Exhibit A, and in the left-hand column, it starts out from 0, goes consecutively, and it has the is this in seconds? Is that what we're measuring
I
here?
believe on that one it is in seconds.
Yes,
Or-
because we get up to 3,011 and...
Yes, and then they started doing it in tens instead of ones. So in some of these later ones, you're going to see it starts at 0,
Yeah.
10 seconds later, 20 seconds
Okay,
later.
okay,
So
because I wondered.
they compacted what they gave us, which is, it still averages out over the period of the night.
And this is their equipment that's measuring it,
This
or
is
ours?
their equipment. I believe that they're using an iPad app.
I seem to remember that, yeah.
Yes. Now, I don't know exactly which, they also have a regular sound meter, so I don't know which machine they use to print these out. So March 17th, I know we got a complaint from the neighbors on March 17th, it's St. Patrick's Day. The max was 95 that night. There were 706 individual 10-second bumps between 90 and 95 during that night. So again, you have that high level, may go back down during another song, and then it goes back up to a higher level. This is Exhibit D. Exhibit E is March 24th. Again, the high they measured that night was 94.6. So again, you're bumping the 95. They had 178 10-second intervals that it hit between 90 and 95. This is Exhibit E. March 31st, again, they measure the max at 95 for the night, and they had 722 in 10-second increments of hitting 90 to 95, again, up and down, but considerable lengths of time as you're measuring at the higher levels. Yes.
This equipment, is it automatic? Does it just measure the sound, or does it automatically turn it down if it hits this
It
number?
does not automatically turn it down when it hits
So it's
it.
just measuring the...
It's just measuring it.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
April 7th, again, they measure at 94.9 is the max. 757 incidences between 90 and 95 dBA. That's Exhibit F. Exhibit G is July 21st. They hit the max at 91.9, and they had 148 incidences over the night between 90 and 95 dBA. I have more sound reading in the back. I didn't want to introduce every single reading over the period of time. It seemed to me like Friday nights were quieter. Saturday nights seemed to be where they were bumping the sound up higher. We had numerous complaints since the last board till now.
Excuse me, I have 2 Exhibit Fs here. Are these
I apologize.
correctly marked?
I may have,
There is an E. Yeah, I got D, E.
I got A, B, C, you got D, E.
I've got A, B, C, D, E here. I'm just trying to keep the record straight.
so this will be
G.
G, H. H then would be April 7th.
Thank you.
Other than that and the numerous complaints from the neighbors that I continue to receive, I don't believe that we've resolved the problem. I'm not sure that this building, the way it's designed and with the equipment they have in it, it hasn't been soundproofed at all. They haven't taken any of those steps. I'm not sure that we can have live music in this building the way it's constructed without bothering the neighbors. They can keep their conditional use permit, that's fine. Let them have a bar.
That's what I was going to ask. yeah.
But let's eliminate amplified music. That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
In reviewing A through G, H, and in taking a look at the order entered, the order entered said that any business selling liquor, wine or beer shall permanently utilize sound monitoring equipment to ensure the decibel level within the business shall never exceed 95 decibels. Were in any of these instances, did you exceed 95 decibels?
I believe early on in the February, there were some that were 95 point something.
I saw at least 95.1.
Yeah,
But
95.1, 95.2.
Ordinarily,
Ordinarily, you're bumping the 95, maybe once in a while going above it, but routinely staying for extended periods of time between the 90 and 95,
okay.
which seems to.
Okay, so while it may be that they didn't exceed 95 as a matter of course, that whatever they're doing is just annoying everybody.
And it's possible that 95 is way too high.
Yes. Let me ask you that question about that decibel level. My understanding is that a lawnmower, that's not muffled, is basically 60 decibels.
I think lawnmower unmuffled might be a little bit higher than that.
All right, but it's not 95.
But it's not 95.
Right, okay.
95 is pretty darn high, really. That gave them a lot of allowance for a lot of sound within that bar. The way the building is constructed, though, there's no, it's a flat roof, and there's no buffering at all, or any insulation, and there's mechanical equipment vents going up there, so the sound is just going to travel right through that and bounce up and into the adjoining property. There's no other way for sound to go. It travels sort of like water. It just goes in the direction it's headed and continues to move.
The staff recommendation as it's presently configured says, they recommend the board finds the operation of the tavern has not complied with the decision in order that limits the business to 95 decibels and therefore revoke the conditional use permit. You're not really saying that here, and my understanding of your testimony is...
I could see revoking the current conditional use permit and granting them one without music within the building.
Without music or without live
amplified
music or without...
What's amplified mean? If I turn my stereo up, I can get it jamming.
I know, yeah. I would say no karaoke, no DJ, no live band, maybe a jukebox, that
Do you
type
have a
of thing.
decibel level that you would recommend for within the building?
65 is sound that people can speak to. I mean, that's pretty much ambient. We have some permits that we allow 85 dBA, but that seems awful loud for what's going on in this building.
For the closeness of the
For the
condominium project.
Yeah, and the way the building is constructed. You know, we kind of got ourselves into the 95 and it didn't work, so I hesitate to say what decibel level would work.
Okay.
I'd rather actually, based on the experiences we've had, is simply say they can have a conditional use permit without any amplified sound.
Yeah, but most places that serve alcoholic beverages have at least a jukebox.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a jukebox,
But that's amplified sound.
Right.
yeah, but generally they don't run those through mega speakers in the, corners of the room.
Well, if you take one
Probably
thing
did.
away
When I
from
was a kid,
someone,
they
they might try to push the other thing.
Well, that's just it. I mean, if you say something, they might try to push it into something else.
Okay. Thank you.
Were you done, Sue Ann?
I am, unless you have any other
Okay.
questions.
Any other questions for staff?
To follow up on Mr. Clark's, they submitted all this material to you?
Yep.
And I just want to make sure I understand. Have they or have they not continuously gone above the 95 decibels?
Occasionally, they have gone above the 95.
Occasionally. Because in what you said was most of your numbers were summaries of 90 to 95, correct?
Correct.
But the staff says, so I'm confused by the staff recommendation. I mean, if they aren't hitting the 95 and we told them they can go up to 95, discounting the other problems.
I think that staff is saying 95 is too loud. We didn't hit the mark with 95. 95 isn't working.
So what should it be?
In my opinion, they shouldn't have live music in there. Unless they can...
For the reasons you gave.
Right. Unless they can soundproof that bay and get the music to be contained within the bay, it can be done. It's going to cost them money. But that building wasn't designed or set up to have live bands at 95 dBA.
It was a
just
Ben
wasn't.
Franklin five and dime stone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was no...
Loved going in there.
Yeah, there wasn't any large assembly use where you have people listening to loud bands, and it's not mixing well with the neighborhood. And I don't know how else to do it. Let them soundproof it and come back, or not have bands. But give them their conditional use permit and let them have a bar there. I mean, that seems reasonable to me.
I think, Mike, if we do take away the conditional use permit for the sound, they've got a year to come back. If they suddenly found some soundproofing, they can reapply in a year. Yes. Okay.
Yes, that would be a change in circumstances if they're coming in with.
They can apply
They can
sooner.
apply tomorrow if
If it's a change.
If it's a change.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Sue Ann. Applicant, representative the applicant?
Nikki Gorla, 23687 Fillmore Street, Swan, Iowa. I didn't want to go back to prior to this sound equipment being in place, but I want to bring up a point that I was there, Sue Ann was there, and Connie was there in her townhome the day that the sound check was done by a sound engineer who understands all of these things way better than any of us here. When they set the 95, and you'd gotten the report before, it was at 47, I think, in her townhome with nothing turned on, no TV, no radio, no nothing. The band was playing over 100 in the bar. So that's how it got down to the 95. There was a car in the parking lot over by the car wash, I don't know if anybody remembers from last time, that played music that was way louder than what the band was doing. This was set up to where the bar could keep their conditional use permit and keep their music if it was kept at 95. They have done that. They have complied with everything requested. They have given the reports. You see that there's numerous pages of that. The reason it was cut down to 10 seconds is because of how much information that is. The other thing I want to bring up is that these townhomes that are complaining are within 30 feet of the property line. They are very, very close. And they have had the police, I had gone down and gotten an event summary from the police department. I don't know if you guys want to look at this or not.
If you've got it, we'll look.
I would have gotten the police reports, and hopefully this is all in order because I was doing this very early this morning. This whole thing is just stressing me out to where I don't know what I'm doing some days. But I would have gotten the police reports that went along with these incidents, but there aren't any because they didn't find a problem. They didn't exceed the decibel level. The bar keeps a book of incidents that happen every night, keep a log every night. That's what's attached at the bottom. That's what happened at the bar the night that those calls were made. I understand that noise is a problem. I sympathize with Connie because there is no way that I could live where she lives. The highway 2 miles away from my house is loud at my house, but I live out in the country. I can't stand, this is a very noisy area. When you go back to these townhomes, it's not that loud. It's not as loud as the traffic outside, which I think was a point brought up in the sound engineer's report before. And I am happy to hear that Siouxanne's going to let them keep their conditional use permit. The other point I want to bring up is the only time that there are any calls and complaints about music, other than a rare Sunday and a rare Thursday, which there was a benefit for a musician. They wanted to have it there because he played there. It was a nightmare. There was a lot of people there. Is on Saturday nights when they have live bands. If you don't want to continue with them monitoring this and keeping the sound level lower, at least let them have their karaoke and their music that they have on Friday nights, which obviously hasn't been an issue because they haven't gotten any calls. I don't know what else to say about this. I feel that there's 3 or 4 people in a large area that don't like this bar being there. The bar works well in the building. I have a parking lot that's adequate for it. The bar is busy when the other businesses are closed. There is someone there keeping an eye on the property except for 4 hours of the day. So it's a security issue for me also having them there. This bar has not had any other problems other than the noise. The blue items that are highlighted on there, on those reports that are from another bar in the area, they've had assaults, they've had drug problems. Nobody's trying to take away their conditional use permit. This bar hasn't had any of that. They refuse service to a whole group of people if one of them is acting odd. There was an article in Juice magazine about a month ago about that. They kicked out 5 people because one person came in they knew was a troublemaker. They hadn't even gotten to the point with serving them. They knew that person was a troublemaker. It's a nice bar. It is a large bar. You need something to bring people in there. That's how the music came in. I just, hope that what is fair to everybody is done here today.
What was the bar before the Thursday?
It was Bella Noche.
Okay, and
nobody tried to take away Bella Noche's conditional use
Did
permit.
they have music?
Yeah.
Loud?
They were way worse than this bar. I owned the building then. I owned the building prior to these townhomes being built.
Okay.
Nobody gave me a say on that because it was kind of all in the whole process because the same person owned the whole property and split it up. I evicted Bella Noche because they just caused so many problems. It cost me $80,000 to put the place back to where it was habitable after they left. Between that and all these fees from this, I would love to do something to make it so the neighbors couldn't hear anything in there. But I'm running out of money. I'm struggling to keep this building as it is. The only thing that's allowing me to keep it is this bar. I have no income since my husband passed away. In the middle of all this, this is what I have.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support?
Hello, my name is James Bressler, 4808 Southwest 9th. And just before I begin, you brought up the issue of a mower. I just happened to look it up. And according to what I could find, a power mower at 3 feet would be 107 decibels. So, and from what I found previously, I mean, a normal rock concert, if you go somewhere and you're sitting right in the first row, it could be upwards of 115 decibels.
Right.
So this is kind of low for a thing. The other part is, it just seems that from what I can tell, when I've gone around, I mean, before we've gotten to this point, long before that, there was issues with the alcoholic beverage division, and I mean, I've been trying to get things fixed. I think I get something done, and then I, keep trying to fix it. I was, continuously monitoring the sound and trying to keep it at a certain level. And I was going by what the noise ordinance says, and from what I could tell, it had to be no more than 50 decibels at the property line. And any time that I was measuring it, it was well within that. I mean, I'd go outside and you can't hardly hear anything standing outside the door of the bar most times, let alone you go, away from it, up the hill where the townhomes are. And I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, I've had lots of expenses because of this. If I'd had that money back that I've had to spend on lawyers and sound engineers and stuff, I probably could have done something, but now it's kind of hard to do something and I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm trying to limit the sound, and as far as I know, I mean, there's a few things on the report. It said not to go above 95. Well, they're at 95 point something, and those were early on when this first started. And since then, it's gone down, and we've gotten it adjusted and figured out, how to place it. Because I think where we had the device before to measure it, it was picking up lots of other vibrations and extra sounds and stuff. So we've gotten that squared away and gotten the thing. And they're the sound person for a lot of the bands in the area. He even bought a special sound system that is, I don't know what it is exactly, some sort of Bose thing, so it's all fancy, but it is meant to direct the sound downwards more. So he, bought this specifically to use my bar because we've had so many problems, and have been trying as best as we can to keep it down as low as possible. The biggest problem with that is the bands themselves, because once they think it's way too low, they can hear the crowd noise over. They think they can hear the crowd over their playing, so they think they have to turn it up. And we've finally gotten through to them how serious this is, so that we have been trying to comply with everything that we have and keep it where it is supposed to be. I really don't know what can be done. It just seems that there's a few people that are complaining that just do not want to live behind a bar for whatever reason, and I don't know how you can have expectations like that when you move in behind a commercial building and you don't know what's going to be there. I am trying to do something. There may be issues that I haven't talked to them directly, but nobody has contacted me. This all started with one anonymous letter about karaoke. That's the only thing I've ever heard about Wednesday night. And then there was another one that Connie sent to me, pretty much demanding that I pay for a hotel room for her on Saturday nights because it's so loud. And when it goes from that to another, I have a set business hours and everything. They're here if you'd like to read them. If I submit something, then is it permanent and I don't get it back? So is there any way I can get a copy of it? Okay. Well, because I don't know if these ever got brought up, because there's just so much, and I'm trying to run a business and figure out how to make everybody happy. I'm not trying to create.
Send them on here for now.
Okay. And they were. Let's see. This is the first one I got a long time ago, and I have never heard anything else complaining about Wednesday night. All of this seems to be on Saturday night, which is just the bands, which, I mean, yes, something can be done. I mean, we're trying to do something. And then the other one, and I don't, oops. Oh, I guess I haven't read these for a while. I guess that was from Connie. I didn't know that. The other one too? Both of them? Okay. Well, this says a few weeks ago I sent your company a letter. I don't know what this is referring to because I have only ever received these 2 letters. So, I mean, I own a business and we have set business hours and nobody has, we have a phone number that people call all the time and, asking who's playing or whatever. And so obviously people can find that. Nobody has contacted us about it. I mean, it's immediately gone from these 2 letters to calling the police every single time, every night, well, every Saturday. I mean, there's a few instances where there's been weird things where somebody's called. Like the most recent one would be a benefit that was held the 21st of June. I did receive, and I forgot about this because I don't know. I did receive a letter a call from the president of the Townhome Association saying she had gotten complaints, but that day I'd gotten a call from her and I'd also gotten a call from the lady from Channel 13 News because Kelly Starrett had died in that boating accident on Father's Day. And she wanted to come in and talk to us about that. And then there was a big benefit that week, so I completely spaced it off. Plus the fact I don't know what the point would be of calling somebody who's working on behalf of something else.
1 more minute.
So I have not, nobody's, come to me and say, hey, this is bad, can we work something out? It's immediately escalated to this, so it may not be right on my part, but it kind of makes me not want to work with them. I mean, if they don't have the decency to talk to me, how can I know that there's a problem? And how can I be expected to want to work with them unless I have to fix it? I am not trying to be a nuisance. I do not want to be. I do not like, excessively loud music. So I don't want to let it happen, but there has to be something that can be done one way or the other and say exactly this is how it is. If you do this, you're fine, because I can't keep fighting something that frankly doesn't really seem to be a problem.
Okay.
I mean,
I got to cut you off. You got your 5 minutes.
Okay.
Any questions? No.
Yeah, quick question, James. Now, you are the owner of the business known as the Thirsty Sportsman, correct?
Yes.
And is this the only location you've operated the Thirsty Sportsman at?
Yes.
And when did you begin operations, about month or year?
Well, the bar officially opened September of 2011.
Okay, all right. And to your knowledge, prior to that, who was in there before? Was it Bella Noche or somebody else?
Technically, prior to before that, it started out as Bella Noche, and then it was the same people. They had issues and troubles with all sorts of things.
Okay.
And they changed the name to Prestige, but it was basically the same people.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you've been in there since about September of 11.
Well, we've been officially open. I've been in there before that doing stuff and working.
All right, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition?
Just one thing.
No.
Well, no. I just
No.
It was 2010, not 2011. I was wrong. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Hello, my name is Connie Lavarans. I live at 936 McKinley Avenue, unit number 6. Did I write those letters? I did. I wrote the letters to him because I believe last time you asked me, had I given him any notice, had I ever contacted him that there was a problem. I believe they just brought it up, just showed that I had contacted him that there is a problem. When Sue Ann and the owner of the Thirsty Sportsman, or the bar, came into my home that Saturday, I did not hear the music downstairs. When we went upstairs, I could hear it just a little bit. Since that time, the music just seems to pour through that roof and into my home. I've got some They've been in my home. I've got some examples. Can I play them?
Sure.
Might as well.
If she plays them, will she need to email a copy of such video to the city, or?
Because we got to have something to back it up. What, huh? So,
If it's a video file on your cell phone, there's a way that you can forward that.
I can?
Yes, and they can help you do that. If you play it, is it video?
It is video.
Then can you help her lay it down there so we can see it while she plays it on the screen? Zoom in.
Okay. All right. The first one that I'm going to show you is Sunday morning, July 15th. It's 12:15 a.m. It's going to take a few minutes to start.
I kind of don't want to push you any, but you do have 5 minutes, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right.
There should be a way to scan ahead on your video too while it's playing. Okay. Is there supposed to be sound now, or?
It'll start. Okay. I guess it took longer, and I don't have that much time to wait for this one to start. Okay, we'll go to on my deck when I'm outside.
Mr. Chairman, I really would like to hear those.
I know.
Even if it takes a few minutes longer.
Well, I think there's a way you can slide your finger along to move it forward if you need to, but yeah.
That's on my deck. I believe the next one.
Midnight, July the 20th. I'm going to my kitchen window where the bar is playing loud music, standing in my kitchen window.
I believe they're playing Green River. You can hear it in my kitchen. I guess the last one was just the 21st. This is, I believe it's about, I'm going to say here, it's 10 till 12.
It's Saturday, July 21st. It's 10 till 12. Going over to my kitchen window.
This is last Saturday.
Connie, I need you to do one thing for me here.
Mm-hmm.
When you begin the tape and I hear your voice, I want that up to the microphone at the same time.
Okay.
I want to distinguish the difference between how loud your voice is and how loud that music is within your kitchen.
Do you want me to do the very last
The
one?
one
from
that you just
Saturday
played
night?
where you,
Okay.
yeah.
Sure.
Because I want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. If I can hear you talking on your phone, I want to hear that at the microphone as much as the windows.
Saturday,
There we go.
July 21st. It's 10 till 12. I'm going over to my kitchen window where this bar is playing this music.
Okay. Just keep it right there. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
The only way that I feel that this will ever get resolved is to please have them soundproof that roof. It just seems to come right through the roof, through the back wall. When they came to my house that day, I didn't hear anything, but it does come into my home, and it's hard to sleep. I also have some of my neighbors' comments. I don't know what they sent to you. This is from Mr. Castro. He lives in unit number 8. His comments are...
Is that for us to look at?
Yeah.
Okay, might as well send that on through.
It tends to get really loud and annoying, specifically on nights that I need to prepare for an exam and then work 12 hours. Doesn't help when I have a migraine. If their customers need their fun on weekends, we need our relaxation too, quietly. This is
One more minute, Connie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, there's one more minute. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Unit number 9. I've been wakened by the music, even with the air conditioner running. I can hear the music. I found a lady that lives on 912 Southwest Titus, older lady. She too wakes her up when she falls asleep on her couch. I told her that if she wanted to talk to her, you could talk to her. But this is the next street over. It seems like that music travels down that little valley, and she can hear it as well. I'm not the only one that complains about this music. Why am I the only one that comes forward? I can't tell you why. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going. I can't listen to it all the time. I mean, I have to work, and 95 decibels is just way too high.
Okay. Connie, just quick question. How long have you lived at Unit 6?
February 2005.
Okay, so since we permitted Bella Noche to open in the fall of '07, have you heard, or has this been like this since the first bar opened, or is this more recent with your concern?
The Bella Noche was horrible. I went to
Okay.
I even went to the Des Moines City Council
Okay.
About it.
Okay. Because they had live music as well.
They had live
Okay.
music as well.
All right. Okay.
Is this bar as loud as that? No. They say that I have a problem with the bar. When they're not playing music, they don't know I'm there, and I don't know they're there.
Okay. All right.
If they don't want to play, if they quit
All right.
playing music, they'll never hear from me again.
So throughout the life of this operation as a bar, you've had concerns, problems, and been annoyed by the music. Is that a...
Strictly by music. If they're not playing music, I don't even know they're down there.
Okay.
I don't care they're down there.
All right. Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in opposition? You get 3 minutes, you bet.
No, not in opposition.
No. You
Rebuttal.
get 3 minutes of rebuttal.
I get a rebuttal.
Yes, 3
Okay.
minutes.
That's what I thought. Do I need to state my name and address again?
No, you're
Okay.
the same person.
You know, I understand her tape. I understand her concerns. But how is it that the day we did the sound test, when it was over 100, we could hardly hear it in there, and now when it's being kept below 95, it's too loud? I don't understand how the sound has changed from when we had a sound engineer in there doing a sound test. Nothing's changed, except that it's gotten lower. We're still getting complaints. It was 12 decibels higher than that the day they did the sound test.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any last questions for staff? Aaron, okay. Brooke?
The staff recommendation said you want to revoke the continuing use permit because, and you only state one reason, that the business has not complied with the 95 decibels. And you stated that it was just on occasion. We're not supposed to take in the neighbors' input?
Absolutely take the neighbors' input.
Well, but it doesn't say that. It says that they haven't complied with the requirement, and you said it's only occasionally.
The staff recommendation came out that said occasionally they haven't complied with the 95.
No, it didn't say that. It said multiple occasions. You said occasionally. Which is it?
If you go back to the beginning.
Which is it? Multiple or
Are you going to let
occasional?
me answer the question?
Yeah, if you answer it directly.
Neighbor comments are in the record.
Is it multiple or occasional?
If you go back to the beginning, when they were ordered in February to keep it at below 95, it was multiple times. Now lately, it has gone down. But yes, when we started this, it was multiple times. I'm also testifying that I think the 95 is too high. It didn't work.
Well, but who set the 95?
The board did.
So I'm perplexed. If we set the 95 and they've complied, what have they done wrong?
Well, if they've exceeded it at times.
Occasionally.
Yeah, so my view is, first of all, why would I even want to get that close if I'm going to be under a lot of scrutiny? And if I did go over, even once or twice.
Well, if I'm speeding and I go over the 25 and I'm occasionally over it, is that what you're saying? Then I should only get to 23 and not to 25?
Well, the one thing that Mike brought up too is that the neighbors' statements.
Well, I'm just trying to understand.
Are
the
part of the record
complaint,
too.
the complaint doesn't add up. I'm not saying they're not too loud.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm getting tired of recommendations that don't have all the facts. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing in this staff recommendation that says anything about the neighbor's complaints.
Well, Mike says it's part of the
That's what comes
record.
out in the hearing, or the facts from the neighbors. We don't.
But you didn't base it on that. All it says is because they exceeded the 95 decibels.
Correct.
Any other questions for staff? Close the public portion, then go to board decision.
Well,
I would move staff recommendations. And
Well-
my thoughts are is that I don't think the neighbors should have to listen to this anymore. I'm sorry, but they've been listening to it. They can't sleep. That building, they should not have live music in that building, in my opinion, until it is soundproofed. I think that our zoning enforcement officer has gone above and beyond. She's been out there at all different times. It's a repeated thing. It just keeps going on and on and on. And, I'm sorry, but if I know that I have to keep my music down, to me, you're just pushing the limit. You're just pushing it. Well, we can go up to 95, so let's hit that 95 mark. What about just being a good neighbor and think about the people that live there? And I won't support live music. I will not support it.
You're not in favor of revoking the conditional use permit, but you're against live music.
I'm saying that no live music to be played. If they want to have a jukebox with a little bit of music, okay.
We got DJs, karaoke, you got to, that's what we want to make sure we cover everything, so.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because it seems to me that whether it's one neighbor that comes to the hearing or 4 or 5 neighbors that write to the board, this has been going on for quite some time. And that is, the operation of the business has constituted a nuisance from time to time, and basically on weekends. You don't hear much of the neighbors or many of these complaints during the week. I have a lot of sympathy for the neighbors, and the reason I have a sympathy for the neighbors is I like quiet. I don't care whether it's 95, I don't care whether it's 60. I do know that sound travels at night under different climatic conditions, and sometimes if it's snowing, you can't hear a thing. But if it's quiet and you can hear the crickets, and all of a sudden you hear the band. We have had this problem in the city of noise traveling ever since they began to run auto races at the state fairgrounds. And you would have, from time to time, neighbors come in and petition the city council, shut down those races. I think that the more reasonable thing is, yes, they're entitled to run a bar business there. It's zoned for a bar business. The question is whether they can run the business so that it won't constitute a nuisance. That's all. And if this board wants, whether it's a decibel level or whatever, the purpose of this hearing is to review what we did 6 months ago and figure out whether or not it's satisfactory now that the business is being run so that it doesn't constitute a nuisance.
That's a good point, Tom. I forgot. We're just here to review this.
Yes.
And I think some things can come out of this. But, Mel, what's your thoughts?
Well, if we go back to 07, this is how this really started. It's not just about the Thirsty Sportsman and the live bar here. When we granted this conditional use permit initially, it was for a quiet upscale bar. We even have it listed in here. The appellant asserted that. That held some weight for us in the finding which we gave. This was going to be a lounge. We even saw a site plan for it. Little bar stools. I remember this. I wanted to go there. Nobody was talking about live bands, big time noise. And the 95 decibels is just one of a number of conditions which we imposed on them even in this January. Some of the other conditions were it will not constitute a nuisance. Number 4, it will not have a significant detrimental impact upon the adjoining residential uses. Number 2, we got some problems here. And the reason I wanted her to make sure she was amplifying both things, when she was talking, her voice should be 50, 60 decibels. She's a quiet talker. So it's maybe 50 at the most. You could still hear the music. It wasn't super loud, but that'd be pretty much like having somebody standing in your hallway quoting Shakespeare all night long while you're trying to sleep. So she's got a conversation going on in her apartment on these Friday and Saturday evenings. And when we first granted this conditional use permit, we spent a lot of time with that discussion about those townhouses. And we thought if it's a tavern and it's a upscale quiet bar, we shouldn't have an issue. So we can drag this in here and we can do whatever we want to this thing, because if we're back to they're violating the conditions, I think we can either revoke the whole thing or try to work out something reasonable. I'd have no problem with a nice lounge there, and it doesn't sound like anybody else has a problem with that. But it's this music thing, and I'm not going to hang my hat on 95 or close to 95. That's not the crux. That's one of a number of conditions. So I wouldn't mind them staying there, but I think this kind of beating around the bush about how loud something can be within 5 decibels it's just going to drive us all crazy.
I believe you're correct.
For the operator, for the residents, because the residents say, well, 95 is not good enough. The operator says, hey, 90% of the time, most of the time, I'm under it. Get off my back. The decibels are not the primary factor here.
Any other thoughts? Jake, what do you think?
This is before my time, so it's a little bit confusing to me, but it seems to me as though there's 2 issues. One, the board told them to go to 95. They've hovered around 95. To Mel's point, it still, however, is a nuisance. So to me, it seems like we set a decibel rating, which is a measurable, quantifiable, piece of data. That is what we should reduce. If we're reviewing this, to me, that's what we should reduce. I don't think that we should throw the whole thing out and completely penalize them when they they lived up to the measurable portion generally that we put them under. So to me, we should reduce that by some factor that gives people some comfort to then review this again at some period, future date. I don't think it should go to nothing, because they lived up generally to the measurable portion.
Maybe we set the bar too high.
Right. Clearly that was the case.
Well, this is the first time we've reviewed one before, so if we're so inclined to let them keep their conditional use permit, can we readjust it and get another 6-month review? What would you say to that, Mike? I mean,
I'm not a sound expert. I think you could do what you suggested. I think it certainly would be legal. So I don't know if that would solve the problem.
I agree with Linda. And Tom, we got to have some people getting some sleep here. But if that's the only income, we got to throttle it down. We got to put it at something that we can live with and they can live with.
Lots of bars survive without live music. And this building, it just doesn't seem like this building was built to have a band and then you add a lot of people to it. It's just not the right place for it to be.
I'm in agreement there, too.
It's just not the right place.
And I think trying to put any more sound muffling equipment in there is going to be way too costly. But if they want to try and run a business with that, then in this review, maybe we should set an expectation that even the neighbors would be comfortable with so that they don't have to hear it. Maybe we drop it down to 85 dB. Maybe we require them to put a sign up that under Board of Adjustment law, the bands cannot exceed that limit. To me, that gives them, I hate to be giving people one more chance because it sounds like it's just going to be one more issue they're going to push to the limit. But, I want a business to go. I want the neighbors to be happy. We got to find something happy in between.
Right. And I think to give a little credit here to maybe the owners, operators, you can't expect as well that if you live next to a business, you're not going to hear anything at any time. It can't be perfect. It's not going to be perfectly silent. But the question becomes for me, when does it constitute a nuisance? When is it detrimental on your impact? I mean, if I listen real close, I could stand out in front of City Hall probably and hear a little whimper of something coming from the East Village. You really can't say that's a nuisance either. But I think we have to be somewhere in between on that. And I don't know if it's a notching that down further, but I kind of agree with Linda. When we approved this the first time, we weren't talking about live music and all this kind of stuff to begin with.
It was a quiet, upscale bar.
Yeah, and I think we got sold a bad bill of goods the first time around. So I don't know about once bitten, twice shy here, but I guess it's really up for discussion here. Do we just knock it down another 5-10 decibels, or do we just say you can't have live music? If you can't have live music, they could turn around and crank up that sound system, and with good bass, I could come up with plenty of noise.
That's why I think the measurable part's important.
We need to set an expectation.
Okay.
And it's got to be something that is measurable. And I don't know if the dB measurement is quite accurate, but it's the only thing that we have at our fingertips.
Maybe we don't use it by itself. It is one of a number of other conditions.
That would probably make more sense. I'd like to see that too.
If you permit me, I'm looking through the Friday night sound for the highs on Friday nights, which seems to not be quite the issue. As Saturday, and we're running about 85.
Let me ask kind of that question. Is really it's the weekend that drives you up the wall, is that correct?
We started playing it on Thursday nights, going into Friday morning, and Saturday night going into Sunday morning.
Okay. So Friday night into Saturday morning's okay?
They've been pretty quiet on Friday nights the last couple of weeks.
Okay, so
I'm looking at the Fridays is running about 85 dBA. 80, 85, 85. highest one seems to be about 88.
Do you have a recommendation on the decibel level inside the bar? Would you consider 75 something that the neighbors ought to be able to live with?
75 they should be able to live with. It's just above basically ambient for that.
All right, and do you think it should be, they ought to be allowed to have it louder than 75 decibels inside the bar?
I'm trying to reach a compromise on like 85 and see what happens over the next 6 months. I think 85 on Fridays doesn't seem to be causing the commotion as the live bands go into 90 on Saturdays.
But did they have
I think I think you're testing it by trying to get the limit that is the balance, and I don't know until you test it.
Yep, you're right. The thing that I'm trying to do is, if we can set a measurable limit, let's say 85, and Connie and her neighbors are comfortable with that, then their side is satisfied, this side is satisfied, and we're satisfied.
Correct. I
think that's what I'd like to try and do. And I know it's not, it's kind of unusual, but I would like to accelerate this review again if we agree to make it 3 months. Yeah,
that would be
okay.
And perhaps we need to let the owners be responsible here. You know, it's a lot. If we set it, let's say at 85, it's up to them to work with that band or work with that audio system and figure it out. If they can't control the live bands and what they do, then they shouldn't have them in there.
There we go. And then I think
so. Then that needs to be
true
their
enforcement.
decision. Gee, then maybe I won't do live bands anymore since I can't control the volume that they put out because they don't listen to me,
Okay.
or my manager's not there that weekend, or whatever the case is. But you can control a volume knob a lot easier on a jukebox.
And if I'm getting ahead of myself, but can we have a certificate that they have to place on the premise that said Board of Adjustment rules say you can only go this loud and you will be in violation? Is that something we can?
I think what we're relying on is that the bartender or the people that are in the management position are running these sound meters, and when it bumps up to the decibel level, then they go tell the band to turn it down.
Well,
so
I heard testimony that they said sometimes the band didn't know about it and they had trouble. You know, I'm trying to.
I believe sometimes the band does know and doesn't.
Yeah,
and turns it up
if the band is getting paid, then the band should know ahead of time.
Okay.
But their perception from when they're playing is that the crowd noise is rising, and so they're trying to
Keep above it.
and so they just keep turning it up without necessarily understanding that they're bumping the dBA. I think it's up to the owners or the managers or the bartenders to monitor and tell the band, you're bumping, get it back down there.
Vicki, you got a second step up here? Yeah, I mean, James, you can too if you want. You've heard the discussions that we have. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I think we're going to take a vote, and I'd like to see that it be dropped to 85. And we want it strictly.
Well, that's fine. At 85, there won't be live bands in there on Saturdays. There will just be the acoustic and karaoke.
Okay.
Because the bands are having it fit about 95. They're not going to go to 85.
Well, then, okay, that proves
and
the point.
it's too hard to play at that level with a big building.
I understand, but as you know,
Well, I understand. I would love for you to set it there, let them keep their conditional use permit, let them have their karaoke and their acoustics. Not a problem. We will do that. There just won't be any live bands at 85.
Thank you. All right, in this review then, I'd entertain a motion for a new condition to be reviewed in 3 months. Would there be somebody want to step forward with that one?
I'll try and craft that.
Thank you.
I would move the decibel rating be set at 85 with a review 3 months from today, the nearest meeting to 3 months from now, and continue to have the nuisance criteria, or was the other?
Yeah, it was 1 through 4 as initially.
Maintain the same conditions and modify the decibel rating to 85.
There a second?
Yeah, I'll second that with the same 4 conditions that the board originally granted in the conditional use permit, which were listed here, 1, 2, 3, 4.
So when would that review be, Eric?
October 24th.
And you'll re-notify at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
I did want to point out procedurally, we're now 5 board members.
Right.
It takes 4 to approve an amendment to the conditional use.
Subject to how the
If you
vote
don't
goes.
approve something, the current
Yeah.
is still in effect unless you make a different motion to revoke
Did
it.
Brooke have a scheduled absence, or was he planning to leave?
He just has left the premises and he's not part of the vote, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 5 to nothing. Got 3 months.
I'd rather have 6, but I'll take 3.
Okay. Why don't we take about a 5-minute break? Be back here at 3:30.
Okay.
Call the meeting back to order.
16, 17, 18, 19, and then did we go past 20? Was that it?
No,
The
no.
last one?
Surveys.
We have 21. Yeah, sorry.
Item 16 is a variance at 3900 Merle Hay Road.
It's not going to sit.
We got a few other people in the city that are doing that.
It's never boring here.
You know, I read the first agenda and I was like, oh God, what did I get myself into? This is going to be mind-numbing.
P&Z's boring compared to this.
This is actually
It's very exciting. Oh, yeah. They're organized.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have an item that's similar to one we've had in recent months, a different location, so there's
This is similar to the one we looked at the south.
different in that this isn't a corner lot. If you look at the premises here, the Applebee's restaurant at the Merle Mall property, so it has frontage on Public Street on one side. So its earnings are a little bit different than how it obtains its earnings. Right now, this is the current south view, looking, I guess, looking north at the restaurant from the parking lot. This is looking to the west. It's 106 right now. So you can see what their current signage looks like. I couldn't find permits for these two signs, so I'm not sure if there was a time there was a determination that they were exempt from signage requirements or if they just got put up. I don't know. There was not a permit for those. This is the, looking from the west side to the east from the mall, interior to the mall premises. And that's the, looking south at the north wall of the back, basically the back side of the restaurant, like the service portion of the restaurant. And then I kind of have a little bit more of a close-up so you understand that there's sort of these existing signs here. Now, when they were permitted as one single sign with kind of a general letter situation. What's different about what's being requested is again, they're asking for the kind of the car side to go with their current color theme. But when we look at signs, we can't permit them as one sign when they're on different surfaces. So this one sits back on the wall, and this is on a canopy that hangs out over. So it's actually treated as two different signs in terms of the number of signs. So even though it's not any more area than what they previously had, with one, what we counted as one sign, it is counted as two signs. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. And this is what's being proposed on the same wall. So on the east wall, they're essentially asking to do the same thing, but this is counting as two signs, whereas this was one sign at the time, or currently. This is giving you both the south and the west sides. These awnings each have that apple relief on them again, similar to the last time they came on the southeast 14th request. And again, we are still interpreting those as their logo, and that constitutes a sign in the way that the ordinance is written. So each of those counts as a wall sign, 7 of them. And then they still have the proposed wall sign of the Applebee's, and then a separate sign with Neighborhood Bar and Grill on this projecting member there. So when you look at the appeals, it's somewhat complex, but they're wanting to, oh, and I forgot. They also want 3 parking spaces with the little signs in front of them that have the Applebee's logo on them that say car side to go.
They do have signs there now?
I don't know. I didn't see
I
that.
thought I saw the,
There's some other things that are a little more subtle, like the door handles for the entrance and that we're not even, those are so far from being visible. We didn't even count those as signage. This would be the freestanding sign, car side to go. They want 3 of those. I'm sorry, did I say 3? Was it 4? I'm sorry, they want 3 of those total. They would be allowed 1 of them because they don't have another freestanding sign. And so they would be asking for variance of 2 over the 1 allowed freestanding for a total of 3 freestanding. Then they want a variance of 10 wall signs, basically, or identification signs over the allowed 3 that they would earn based on their building frontage towards Merle Hay Mall. That counts that would be the 2 Applebee's signs on the east and south facade, and the 2 Neighborhood Bar and Grill signs on the east and south facade, and then the 7 awnings. Is that adding up for you?
Tight. It's a lot to keep track of here.
Yeah, and they're listed in the bullet points below the proposal, so you know each of those. And then the other 2 signs that add into that 10 over the 3 are the awning for the car side to go, and the separate little button or small sign that is lit that says car side to go. And because it has that Applebee's logo, we're saying that is a sign. Then the total area comes into play. Due to the awning areas, they end up being 226.63 square feet over what they earn at 216 square feet. So they're asking for 3 variances. The criteria for granting a variance, and again, in staff's view of this, we don't believe they've demonstrated that they can't operate without meeting the terms of the ordinance for their signage. We think there's some difficulty in how this restaurant gets viewed from the corridor. It's close to the southeast, or close to the Douglas and Merle Hay intersection, and I think it's reasonable for them to be looking to get visibility to that location. From that standpoint, there's practical difficulty in being able to establish an exception level of appeal, but we don't believe that they demonstrate the variance, and so we're recommending denial of it. Requests as variances and exceptions, but granting exceptions, which would give them 1 identification sign, and that should say over the maximum 1.
okay.
Apologize. I'm sorry, that is correct. One identification sign over the max 3, which would allow them the 2 here on this facade, and then the 2 right here, which are basically their principal identification signs. They would just have to go with a plain colored awning to be able to do that, and also not put their logo on their car side to go signage, which is right here. And then we would allow them to have one of the car side to go, which they would earn under that scenario.
Is your objection to car side to go, is that what your objection is? Because
I think if this
the thing, it said parking only, that's directional.
Yeah, I think we can make this directional by eliminating their corporate.
So you just want them to paint out the top of the sign?
Yeah, that would, we'd take
Or carry out
take
only.
a different look at it, yes.
Carry out only would be okay, right?
Right, if it said pickup, for pickup only, or, and really didn't brand their.
We had this same number of issues already on the other Applebee's.
Southeast 14th.
And if we were deciding this on the basis of how we decided that,
yes,
wouldn't we just say, as submitted, the application as submitted is hereby approved?
Yeah, well, if we followed common law principles in applying our Board of Adjustment recommendations, maybe we would do that, but we look at every instance separately, so.
Right.
And we also think of other ways we would interpret it in other scenarios, so.
Right.
But, I mean, we can argue about whether it's art or whether it's a sign. We can argue about whether an awning is a sign.
Right.
You know. Okay,
Clint.
Thank you.
Yes.
I love that every time I say it.
Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Eric. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Get out of your way there.
Hello, my name is Kent Reed. I represent Eagle Sign Company. We're at 5130 Park Avenue, representing Applebee's, representing the owner of the property. Our request really is based on what you had just mentioned, the fact that as at the other location, and I apologize, I wasn't a part of those discussions, so I don't know what was defined or discussed as what is a sign, what isn't a sign. But the fact that Applebee's is doing this as a part of a national rollout of a branding effort, they're changing the look of the location quite a lot, bringing it into the current wave, if you will, of graphic design. The effects of a small portion of the logo that they're putting on the awning help to carry through kind of that look. We do ask on that note that it be approved as submitted, as appealed, as it was before. The point of the car side to go signs, I would, again, I'm not certain the definition of a sign. If it's not viewable from the road, if it's only viewed when you pull into the lot or into the spot, I would question if that should count in the total signage for the location either.
Understand.
I have a larger picture of the awning here that it might be worthwhile just so you can see actually what it is. There again, how much or how little of the logo can be on it and not really be considered a sign, I'm not sure. It's used more for graphic effect than anything, instead of just a solid burgundy awning.
We usually make that determination.
Okay.
Any questions? Which we do. Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision.
I have seen these restaurants when they've met this new graphic setup down in Johnson County, Kansas, Lenexa, Olathe area. They look really sharp. So I think it will improve the look of the property. I think when you're a external periphery building on a mall property where you have drives and people coming in off street parking, it's important to have some signs on more than one facade, and I think that the staff has given some credence to that. I know staff's recommending some denial of the variances, but from what I see, it's pretty innocuous. And, there are some hardships with getting people to not park in spots, so you can have your carry-out. I think they've really identified this is the carry-out door with signage. These are the carry-out spots with specific signage. So I could see actually a hardship issue with this as well, aside from the fact they're pretty small, you can't see them from the street anyway. But that's not the only reason we should approve things around here. So.
And the thing I go by, we always wrestle, is it a sign or is it art? And staff does a good job saying, well, it looks like a sign to me.
Right.
And I think most of us take, it looks like art to me, so,
It's in the eye of the beholder.
That's how we look at it.
I think staff's done a good job of reading the code as it is intended to weed out the lowest common denominator. And in this case,
right,
while the sign for wayfinding for the parking spaces is the exact same size that would be legal, they've dressed it up a little bit, put their logo on it. I personally don't have a problem with a nicer looking sign than one that would have been legal otherwise. Mm-hmm. The canopies, you could have an obnoxious canopy that I would feel really strongly about. This does not even come close to that. I'm fine. So I agree with, I think where Mel was going, this should be approved as submitted, in my opinion.
Do I get
I'd move to grant the variances as requested.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. You bet. Sometimes you do get an express drive-by here.
It's been interesting.
Item 17 is a use variance in the vicinity of 2001 Clark.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This did go through the rezoning process. It was denied, as indicated in the staff report. What's being requested here is the use of this property for a general motor vehicle repair shop. So you have a building on the premises. It's had some legitimate uses recently and some undocumented uses that were not necessarily granted in terms of occupancy in the recent years. The owner is trying to legitimize a use there for a tenant that is interested in using the property. General motor vehicle repair, however, from the view of the staff, is generally detrimental when it's in proximity to residential. In this case, there's a residence immediately to the west. So if we're looking at the property from the corner of ML King and Clark here, this is looking west. You can see the building. It's to the street. The activity, though, will be coming through overhead doors on the west side of the property, right here, and they will be entering off of Clark. Now, these cars here, you recently looked at this property because they came in for additional paving in the front yard for their single-family use. So immediately to the west is a single-family use. And it's not just that, it's an entire, the remainder of the block is generally single family. From that standpoint, when this was zoned to C1, there was limitations placed on it at that time based on concerns about how it would impact the neighborhood. At that time, there was the desire to have a tortilla factory bakery on the premises with limited activity for real retail sales, but at that time there was certainly they wanted to only give it C1 zoning because of the concerns that C2 might bring with and bring to the neighborhood area. The general motor vehicle repair use would require the C2 zoning in any other instance. So as a use variance, they are permitted. I guess any use, once it's denied the zoning necessary, can come in and request a use variance, but the burden is on them is that they need to show that there's not any other reasonable use of the land within how it's currently zoned. And I don't think they've been able to demonstrate that, as well as demonstrate that they will not disrupt the essential character, and that being the general activities you would expect with a general motor vehicle repair use. I should indicate that if the board does find that this property owner is able to meet that test, that we would have some other conditions that we would want you to consider in order to help mitigate any impacts that might have.
You got a consent map on that, Eric?
We do. We had the one card I passed around.
So the
there is
neighbor-
also a site sketch I should show you that was submitted, so you understand how they're proposing to lay out the property. They would still be subject to a site plan approval if they are granted this use.
And as you look at the site plan approval, wouldn't there be a fence between this property and the property to the west?
Yes. If there was site plan approval, they would require a 10-foot buffer yard on the west.
Yes.
With a minimum amount of plantings with a 6-foot screen in the form of a fence or dense landscaping material. The other thing that I should point out is that we would also require there be 20% of the site reserved in open space. I'm not sure, I didn't do a calculation on this concept. So we would certainly look at that through the regulations of the site plan ordinance.
But as you look at the property, it's certainly one that needs to be updated.
Yes, I think we would support that statement. It does have commercial zoning, so there's any number of retail uses that could be put in there. So from staff's perspective, it's not that we don't feel it has any viable use. There's certainly a number of things it could be used for. I think it would be up to the appellant to demonstrate that maybe is a difficult, has been difficult.
But if we did approve this with the condition that all work on all automobiles would be performed inside the building.
That could certainly, I think we have a number of things we would suggest at that.
And that there be no outside storage of materials.
Right.
As we
certainly outdoor repair, we wouldn't want to see storage of any refuse materials. I think you would, any auto repair use is going to have vehicles parked on the premises.
Didn't we have a similar thing down on Martin Luther King? A fellow that wanted to open an auto repair shop there, and it was right next to the neighborhood.
Yeah, I believe you're referring to a rezoning with Amos Cooper's garage.
I think so, but it wasn't a rezone. I mean, it was a use variance, just like this.
We have had a use variance for a vehicle repair up on Lower Beaver, on Lower Beaver, that was in a building that was designed for vehicle repair and had been that historically. When they pulled their gas pumps, they lost their gas station designation.
They'd stopped using the building, and
so there was that instance where it's been granted. In that case, I think there's a little stronger argument that the building was designed for that purpose, and it's harder to take a building away from its design purpose than this building. They're repurposing it for this request. So,
but the building itself, the situation of the building on the street would close it off from the drive-by traffic, so that people driving by wouldn't be able to particularly,
Yeah, there are some things about the building and its placement that might, be good for the fact that it's on a major corridor. So I don't know if I'm arguing that everything about this is wrong or doesn't fulfill what we would want to see, but generally I think the activity of motor vehicle repair presents challenges to the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood that's nearby. So
But nobody seems to object.
apparently not, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Eric. Applicant, representative of the applicant?
My name's Saul Gonzalez. I'm at 813 East 28th Court. I'm representing my father, who is the property owner. I just want to start off with saying that we've owned that property since 1995. We've ran our tortilla factory legitimately, under our understanding, up until 2005. It was a property-based, property. It was a property-based property. That was our only income, and they shut us down. I have statements here of all the money we used to make monthly. $22,000, $35,000, $24,000, and that's 3 months alone. It was a property where we were bringing in sales up to $250,000. That was our only income that we had. It took them 2 months to shut us down, basically. I understand that we were not in compliance with having some vehicles that were there, and maybe some of the codes to the building or anything or something like that. But this is my dad's only income, basically, and he's had trouble. He's had to move out of state to get a job. This is since 2006, and he hasn't found nobody to. Well, he has found a couple people. I even have the offer to buy real estate and acceptance. The people signed it and everything, but when they went to the city to try to, get a permit to do whatever they wanted to do, they were always denied. And it's been like that ever since 2007. And I have everything right here. And right now we have a lease, it's a legal document with this other person. And if they're not able to, do what they're doing right now, then we're going to be non-compliant with the lease, and we have to, pay out of pocket even more than we have already lost. We've lost a great amount of money, and I think we were actually doing something good with the community. We contributed to all the Mexican restaurants here in the city of Iowa, Ottumwa, all the places around Iowa. We bought Iowa corn, we used Iowa corn, nothing else, and I thought we were doing pretty good. It was a good business, we were doing all right. We just had some issues with the city ordinances. We weren't up to code or whatever, but.
Well, tell us a little bit about the car repair business.
Okay, well, it's not mine.
Okay.
I'm here just to advocate for my dad, basically.
Okay.
Because.
Who do you have in mind that would be running it?
I don't know if he was out here. I don't even know if he's here anymore. You go see Joey. But he's been running it since December of 2011. I have the lease right here. He's only paying us $500 in rent. The lease ends in, I think it's, a year. It's a year lease. And he's the one that submitted the site plan. And we also he's made an offer after the lease, after the lease is up, he's made an offer of $130,000 because we have consolidated all 3 properties, but it won't go into effect until next year because they want to collect, the property tax on 3 separate properties. So the beginning of next year, when tax time comes again, it'll be just one property, 2001 Clark Street. It won't be 1510, 2009, and so it's just going to be one property, and that I guess it raised the value a little bit. So he's made that offer, and we were willing to accept it only if he could, run his business out of there. And he's got the funding to do whatever it is that, is required of him to bring it up to code and everything. You want to ask him some questions? I'll translate for him.
Sounds good. Need his name and address, too.
Nombre y domicilio.
My name is Jose Zambrano. Es 1540-19.
1514, 19th, de la East 19th or?
No,
19th Street.
Des Moines.
Okay.
Would you have him explain what his experience has been in running a vehicle repair garage and what he believes that he can accomplish at this property? So you're asking us to kind of give you special permission to run a commercial operation where we wouldn't generally allow this kind of thing.
Dice que cuál experiencia tienes en pues, correr el negocio de arreglar carros y qué es lo que quieres hacer con la propiedad.
Ok, yo estudié en una escuela en León, Guanajuato. Ajá, yo soy especialista en eléctrico, sistemas eléctricos, de luces, que no carga, que marchas. Y tengo mucho tiempo trabajando acá. Me casé y me vine para acá. Mi esposa me emigró y aquí tengo 2 años. Entonces ya yo de experiencia de trabajar en carros tengo más como 7 años. Y ese es mi propósito, trabajar bien.
¿Y con la propiedad qué quieres hacer? ¿Levantar el negocio?
Sí, o sea, yo la quiero acomodar a como ellos me pidan, pero quiero hacerlo todo como en orden.
Okay, he said he attended school in Guanajuato. It's in Mexico. For electronics, automobile electronics. And he's been here for 2 years. He recently got his documentation, and he's here legally. And, he's worked on cars all his life. And ¿trabajaste por un negocio aquí tú? ¿Para quién trabajaste por?
Ya aquí trabajé para Rodríguez Auto Repair.
Okay, he worked for an auto repair shop here, Rodriguez Auto Repair Shop. And basically what he wants to do with that property is be in compliance with whatever it is that is asked of him, buy the property and kind of bring his business up. I mean, because he has a lot of clients. I've seen him, so.
So the business can survive?
Yeah, it can survive. I think it can. I mean, me from running a business when I was 16 years old, I was, running a business with my dad. I took care of everything. And I think from my standpoint, I think he could do it.
Does he understand that he can't sell cars at this location?
No puedes vender carros ahí, que si entiendes eso.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff?
Can I see the aerial photo map of the neighborhood there again? Thank you.
I wish I had a better one that had better resolution.
Actually, if you could just zoom out a little, I'd like to see how the school sits there and how 19th ML King comes through. Okay, thank you.
The school's over here to the southeast. This would be forest at the very bottom edge.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's correct in that when they rezoned and then they began to occupy the premises with the tortilla business, they had an approved site plan, but they've never actually done the things on the site to conform to that. And then they also did not get they did not meet the terms of getting an occupancy under the building code. So that's what he had mentioned. So over that period of time, that never occurred. And then from 2005 till now, the storage, I think the zoning enforcement history is with regard to the storage of vehicles and things on the premises, and then the vehicle repair use that's occurred more recently.
Eric, do we have dimensions on the building?
Yes, I can get you that.
Square feet.
Yeah, it's
It's a 70 by 25. So a total of 1,750 square feet.
Any other questions? Thanks, Eric. Close the public portion, go to board decision.
I'm inclined to let him do something with this property. If we can keep the repair inside, if he understands that he can't sell cars off this property, and if he cleans up the property and protects it from the neighbors, I've been by this property, it looks pretty rough.
Well, it's a distressed area anyway,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think any improvement in there is a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I think if I were standing in front of the board, I would argue some functional obsolescence of a 70-foot retail depth in that orientation to a building. To have retail that deep would be a hindrance to normal retail. And in one of the pictures that were presented, there were what appeared to be to me the remnants of cleaning up tags. And so I would like to have somebody occupying in the building with a vested interest. And I would agree with Mr. Clark's earlier comments about keeping it inside and not selling.
If I just looked at this picture here, I wouldn't be as enthused. But what I don't like to see, like we've got in the East Fairgrounds neighborhood, you have these corner buildings where they sit vacant, and there's really no answer for them unless somebody comes in and demolishes the whole thing and starts over and has to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that, which, who's going to do that? It's not my favorite thing, but I would probably support it if there were some conditions put on it, because I know we have slippery slopes when people start repairing cars. Suddenly one gets rolled out on an afternoon for sale, and I really don't like that.
And we've seen that at several different locations. The one
Yes.
on East 9th is a good example of that we dealt with a few years ago. I think we dealt with one over on 42nd. They're the
Put this up on the
Drake
screen.
Garage, but I think they've done what they're
Figured that out.
supposed to do. My question is that if this is a use variance, zoning does not change. So if this person buys it, he's still going to pay taxes as though it was zoned C2, correct? And
C1.
C1.
C1, but if he then wanted to sell the building down the road, that variance goes away, correct? I mean, it would,
As long as it was in continuous use, I
A
think
similar
it would
use.
stay if so.
for a similar, for a car.
For the exact same use.
Okay,
For
car
the
a car
exact same
repair.
thing. Okay,
That the use variance is only for the use he's proposing.
okay.
With the same conditions, right? If he sells it to somebody
If you
else.
put conditions on it, would have to adhere to those conditions.
Okay, all right.
So if we put conditions in the site plan,
And if you'll look at the screen here, you'll see that the city has been thinking about this particular usage. And fearing that this board would in fact grant a use
We
variance.
felt inclined to support the variance that.
okay,
we
I
had
like
some
that. Thanks, Eric.
My compliments, well done.
Has the appellant seen these, I see what you're doing here. Has the appellant seen these potential conditions?
No. Our recommendation is for the denial,
right,
so.
right.
but
And
we
I
were
understand
prepared
where you're
because
coming
we always
from.
know the board has other
Right.
elements that they take into account.
Yes.
Thank you, Eric, you do.
Yes. Yes, I'd maybe like to prevent a nuisance from being created by allowing the use, so.
I'm ready
So,
for it.
well, if we're in discussion here, could we review these real quick with them to see if they'd be willing to comply with these? If
I know it's the first time you've seen these, we just found out. But
And
they're
I'm not
pretty
sure how
standard.
quickly that you were reading through all that,
I
but
haven't, I'll read it right now.
yeah, take a peek there.
Mira, las primeras tres dice que no puedes tener ahí vehículos por venta y que lo puedan ver. No pueden tener, no puedes arreglar los carros afuera, tiene que ser adentro. Ajá. Y luego no puedes tener llantas, herramienta, nada, barriles de aceite, lo que sea, afuera. Toda la basura tiene que estar, tiene que estar como el basurero grande, tiene que estar encerrado con una barda. Pues tienes que meter otro plan con más detalle, pues. Ajá. Esto, ya. Pues casi todo lo que ya sabíamos.
¿Quieres saber si estamos de acuerdo?
Sí. I mean, he basically already knew that he had to submit a new site plan, with a little bit more detail with landscaping and all that. And I mean, he said he could be in compliance with the not working on cars. That building inside is hollow. It's all just brick building. You can fit up to 10 cars in that place.
Key thing I want you to notice is the date. So, September 28th, that's just a few months away. Site plan has to be submitted, and then the end of the year, December 31st, conformance with the site plan has to be there. So substantial, and that's left up to their discretion.
And see, that's the problem we ran into last time, where they didn't give us enough time. We didn't have all the money, and they ceased our business. They said, you can't work, or else we're going to charge you $1,500 a day for running a legal business. And that's why we stopped ever since 2006. That's why there was a lapse in time where anybody occupied it or anything was done with it.
So are you going to be pinched in by any of these time frames, or can you make them?
Dice que si te dan, si lo aprueban, que si para el diciembre 31 de 2012 van a empezar ya lo del plan y...
Ya, mi propuesta, si me lo aprueban, yo me voy a empezar a mover. Si el plan que yo les presenté está lo que la ley marca, comienzo ese, o si no busco a alguien con licencia para comenzarlo, pero sí lo antes posible.
He said that if the plan that he already submitted is not in accordance with what you want, he will find another architect or whatever to submit a new site plan and get started on it right away, because he has the funding for it. So.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because 2 months might be too short a time frame to get the site plan put together.
Right.
And then have conformance by the end of the year. Yeah. And I know that's kind of, because you're getting into the fall year, so your plannings and everything are going to be kind of pushed.
But with the heat the way it is, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a little extra months.
Okay.
And will there be a certificate of occupancy then? Because there's not one now, correct, Eric?
Say that again.
Will the city issue a certificate of occupancy then?
They will need to demonstrate an occupancy it would be a change from basically what it was with a factory or even a retail, if that's all we had before that. I'm not sure they even got occupancy as the factory. So whatever its previous occupancy that we recognized, they will have to demonstrate current occupancy for vehicle display. That might mean some ventilation, making sure they had enough exiting and fire safety thing. I don't know if it's minimal or extensive. I don't get the sense that it's extensive because they're not in close proximity to property lines other than the street sides. So in terms of fire protection, they may have to do some things with openings or bathrooms.
That's a question, or handicapped accessibility for bathrooms, et cetera. But Eric,
They may only need a unisex. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, he referenced that there was already the site plan and he's aware of it and is prepared to meet that. Was that previous site plan okay for you and would meet C1 standards?
As I pointed out, that sketch is a concept.
It's a sketch.
They may be a little deficient on open space. They're going to need more detail to meet the site plan submittal requirements, but for this purpose, they didn't have to have all that information.
Okay.
I think they needed a concept so that the P&Z and council understood what they wanted at the zoning stage, and then you folks at the use variance. So they would that designer would need to do a little more detail to get something that would be approved.
We have a lot of folks who get upset about having to have a 5 feet green space thing. I mean, just off the cuff, does it look like you'd have to get into a lot of pavement pulling up or anything out there?
Well,
I'm trying to remember from that picture. Is it gravel?
Pavement then.
All right. Oh, okay, then what's there now?
They actually had an approved site plan, and I guess that they didn't understand perhaps that we don't allow you to start operation until you actually meet what's on the site plan.
Right, okay.
And he's indicating
he's going to get that done first.
Funds to get all the things done.
Okay.
So from our perspective, we require you to have everything met before we allow you to begin.
Right. Okay. And I'm sure your office doors and phone numbers are available so you can help talk them through this, or?
Yeah, they've had a pre-app and they have
Good.
contact.
And I know you try to work with people. If they're willing to ask questions, I think you'll give them the answers. Okay.
And Eric, before you record any documents concerning this property, make sure you get who the new owner is going to be or who the tenant is and all that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think that you're going to transfer sale? Okay,
No, for the end of this year.
okay. So we'll make sure both of them get the decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm anticipating then we're going to have signage issues down the road?
Sure.
Why not?
Unless they make the whole building in the shape of a car,
Yeah.
at which point the whole thing would
Batteries, tire, exhaust.
be art.
What if they have art of car logos?
Okay.
All right.
Do I hear a motion? I think we got a direction here anyway.
Whose ward is this?
Who's to blame?
Come on, mister.
Yeah,
You can do a motion, Bill.
I can,
Yeah.
times. Sometimes I can
I
second, too.
move that we grant a use variance for the use as set out in the application for the
Okay.
property for a general motor vehicle repair shop use, subject to the conditions set out
In the document we saw.
in the document.
With regard to the dates, because this is a use variance decision, this will be forwarded to council. Should it get remanded for whatever reason, I think we would look to adjust those dates.
Yeah, and I would like to add one other thing, that if in fact the applicant is using his best efforts to comply with the grant of this use variance, the city staff be authorized to extend time limitations as set out in this use variance.
I'd agree with that. That good with that, Eric?
I think that serves the purpose, that concern.
Yeah.
I'll second that. Okay, now it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, good luck. You bet.
We'll drive by see the new pristine area down there. Item 18 is a conditional use permit at 2708 Ingersoll.
You bet.
I'm going to give you some communications here along with the, do you want to just pass around? Okay, I have one card that we received. This is the same building, if you recall, the conditional use that was granted for the Lime Lounge, although this is not the same premises within the building that's being proposed. If you look at the property, again, there's bays here, and the Lime Lounge was in this portion. My understanding is this is in this portion, right?
Yeah.
So it's on the opposite side of the building. Because of the applicant is requesting to be able to sell beer as a packaged item that can be carried out the door. And so from that standpoint, it would be like a limited retail food establishment. However, because they're also wanting to allow that to be consumed on premises, that throws them into being defined as a tavern in the way the zoning ordinance looks at this. Now, the zoning ordinance, this is an MPC district, so most of the standards are reviewed in terms of site plan review in front of the Plan and Zoning Commission. So things that it might be deficient, such as parking, the board doesn't really have jurisdiction to waive or review. So if the applicant wants to, needs some relief to that in the future, that'll actually come through the site plan process. It will generate a site plan if there's additional relief to that provision. And if you read the staff report, it does mention this triggers the need for 11 spaces. The Lime Lounge had made an arrangement for shared parking, and so that would certainly be an option for them to meet that standard. I'll let the appellant speak to what their actual activity is. We consider, even though it's small, the occupant load's going to be less than 50. So the way the building code looks at it, it's not treated any differently than a retail use. But from the actual use perspective, we're still saying it's assembly from a zoning perspective, because people are congregating on the premises and consuming beverages. So any other activity is really not regulated. And I'll let the appellant speak to what that is. That something with flavored vapors, and I don't really understand it, but they can probably explain to you better what it is. So from that perspective, we do want to treat this essentially like it's a small tavern, and that was granted previously on this site. From the staff's perspective, there's no reason to believe that wouldn't work again, but in this case, we're somewhat concerned that we need to meet some conditions and able to do that. And so we've outlined 7 conditions. Probably the biggest one we would be concerned about is number 5, which pertains to the noise control. And you might even add that provision that you added on an earlier item today with regard to the item, that Class E type license. Now, there's nothing proposed here that would be outside of the building.
Has the applicant seen these conditions yet?
I think that this is in the staff report, so they understand them.
Eric, the Lime Lounge is no longer occupying the, what is that?
They vacated this portion of the building.
The eastern portion of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so has that use permit now lapsed and it's expired? So we're not putting.
No, you're not compounding the use on the premises.
Yeah, we're not expanding, so that,
No, you would have to consider a separate conditional use to be able to reoccupy that with that type of use, yeah.
Okay.
Now, it does have a building code occupancy to it that's, a restaurant could go in technically.
Okay.
So you might see another assembly use go in there, and we would regulate it from that perspective. They might have to do a grease interceptor or something like that from a building code. But anything that would serve alcohol would have, outside of a restaurant, would have to come back to you. And we're proposing some new regulations, and maybe Sue will talk about that at the end of the meeting about what's coming forward. But, and the way I'm kind of looking at it is I'm waiting. I don't want to talk about much in the future, what could happen, because we're in the midst of changing regulations, and that environment would change too with it, so.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, just one brief one. Eric, we had discussions, I think, earlier about like parking when Lime Lounge was there. I mean, is there, I don't know if I'd angle in, go parallel, drive
You look at
straight in.
There's some parking at the back, okay?
Okay.
And that's limited. It doesn't meet
Right.
what's going on with the building if you assigned all the space, okay?
Okay.
So as the staff report indicated, I think there's 11 that they would be deficient.
Right. But would you still allow parking in front of the building, or would you want it striped or making sure they're not hanging over the
They get
sidewalk?
credit under NPC based on adjoining street parking. I don't think there's anything we recognize on their premises.
For parking?
Yeah.
All right. So it might be something to just ensure if, in your recommendations that there'd be no parking
If you wanted to
on
make
the
that
frontage of the
stipulation,
building.
I don't think we're recognizing it anyway, but.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to pick on it if it's not.
It's really a site plan matter, so.
Okay.
Unless you're looking at it in terms of being a concern of whether they're providing adequate parking.
No, I don't have a concern there. I just remember with Lime Lounge, we had talked about a little landscaping or something with some pots
I think
or something.
were they talking about outside at that time, or Lime Lounge?
There was something about having some
Yeah, they wanted
planters
to
or
do some
something.
beautification, because there was somebody that came and spoke to the fact that people were just pulling in there and
Right,
loading or unloading.
But it doesn't
for the-
appear
for the
that
furniture business or something.
you're concerned about that yourself here. And this is in part of the new plan for the new TIF district, isn't it, for the landscaping on Ingersoll?
This is in the area that is covered by the Ingersoll Street.
Okay, so we'll just kind of wait for that to occur. I don't have a concern then. Okay.
So I don't think we want to prohibit them from doing things. but
No,
The
no,
property owners really got to take that on.
But I don't want to rope them into anything if they're going to be maybe tearing that up in a few years anyway.
I
So.
think that the argument was made that that was still essential for loading, even though it's an awkward situation from a circulation perspective. But if we shut it down,
Okay. All
that
right.
would probably
And
some
did we
problems.
allow loading? Because there was some concern.
Yeah, I think there was, Marty Mock had actually spoke on that, about some furniture that gets unloaded and loaded at the time.
Right. We had a little bit of that at the Chocolaterie Stom thing too, where having a little space for loading and that was it or something, so.
But what ended up happening and what gave them their occupancy was they secured a lease for other parking off the premises that was nearby.
All right, well, sounds like you got it covered then. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Eric. Applicant, anxiously awaiting?
Hi, I'm Diane Weissman, 2710 Ingersoll. There's a lot of misconception about this business. In April, I opened a smoke-free, tobacco-free hookah lounge to service the refugee Middle Eastern community here in Des Moines. In the Middle East, the hookah lounge is like a coffee shop here. People come, they talk, they play board games, they watch TV piped in from the Middle East. They listen to Middle Eastern music. It's a very benign environment. We sell hookah, which is vapor, basically. There's no tobacco or no plant matter in the hookah pipes. We sell Middle Eastern drinks, but we were categorized by the state. Well, we're allowed to sell prepackaged, individually labeled for resale products. And that's why we're asking to sell beer in bottles. Not because we have a lot of customers coming in taking liquor out, but because we don't have glasses, we don't wash anything. So if somebody buys a bottle of beer, he can sit down and have his hookah and have a bottle of beer. We don't anticipate a carry-out business of alcohol at all. We're not a carry-out place. Most of our customers are Middle Eastern people who don't drink alcohol because of their religion. However, we need to have a broader customer base to include American customers because otherwise we're not going to be able to stay open. And the Americans who come in want to drink a beer. So that's why that's really true. That's why I've asked for this conditional use, because we want to be able to sell some bottles or cans of beer, and somebody could sit down and have a beer with his hookah. That's the extent of what we want to do with the alcohol.
Mm-hmm. And you're comfortable with the staff conditions that they put on?
Absolutely.
You're not talking about having any live bands?
No, no live bands. we do have, occasionally, we have had a belly dancer once, but it wasn't
When's
loud.
that scheduled?
Saturday.
They'll put a sign in the window.
Hey, she's won international awards for belly dance.
You just changed the way Mel drives home now.
But as far as loading's concerned, there's only one door into the place. I mean, you've got to bring stuff in the front door because there's no other door.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, and people do park there, but I think people have always kind of pulled in. Is that a problem?
No.
All right.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
Move staff recommendation.
I'll strongly second that.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll be driving by, especially when you have the sign out there. Item 19 is conditional use permit and a variance at 1303 Walnut.
Item number 19 is a request for a new tavern at 1303 Walnut Street. It's located at the corner of Walnut and 13th Street, just to the west of the most recent Nationwide building, and it's just south of the buildings at front Gateway West Park. The Ford and Garland business backs up to it, just to the north. There's an existing one-story building recently used for an auto repair use that they're proposing to renovate and convert to a tavern use. And then they would be constructing a second-story addition on, I apologize for that. Camera going crazy, but they would be constructing a second-story addition on the top of that structure, and also a patio on the east side of the building. There we go. I'll just point out that this is in the C3 B district, I believe, C3B or C3A, but the district that it's in requires any site plan to go to the Plan and Zoning Commission for review. So there will be design guidelines that the addition and the patio would be subject to. Here's the layout of the business. They only submitted the ground floor. You can see stairs that would be leading to the upper level, and then would be the door to the patio in the area just to the east of the building. Here are the two conceptual elevations that they submitted. This is the frontage along Walnut Street. You can see the addition on the top here. And then this is more along 13th Street. You can see the patio here, and then the addition kind of cantilever over the east side of the property. And one of the concerns that staff has had is with off-street parking. The zoning district that it's in only requires off-street parking if it's for a use not allowed in the C1 district. So most uses in the downtown area are retail and office, which are allowed in the C1 district, so there's no off-street parking required for them. However, the proposed tavern requires a C2 district classification, so they are required to provide off-street parking, and that's calculated at 1 per 150 square feet of tavern. So for the overall build-out of the site with the future second-story addition, they would be required to provide 33 off-street parking spaces. They did submit this to me a couple of days ago that says they're working with the Keck Parking to secure that necessary lease for 33 spaces. They haven't secured that yet, but it appears that they are working to do so. We did get 2 comment cards back. Both had concerns. The first was from Steve Garland, who owns the property to the north and then and also to the west. He's concerned about the parking situation, and then beer bottles in the lot, and then loitering. And then the other card in opposition we just got dropped off this morning was from Nationwide Insurance, was concerned about it as well. I would point out we sent out notices 3 weeks ago with the understanding that it was just converting the building, but then after further discussions with the applicant about 10 days ago, we learned they wanted to do the second-story addition and the patio, so then we re-notified based on that. And just point out, the first one, Steve Garland's, he responded after the initial notice, and then the Nationwide was following the second notice that included the patio and the second-story addition. And here's the consent map. You can see Nationwide owns 2 properties, and then Garland owns 3. Staff believes that this is an appropriate use for a tavern. We have multiple taverns in the downtown area. The New Exile Brewing is just about 2 blocks to the west. The nearest residential is at the Arlington Outlet, about 300 feet to the north. There's the Mulberry Lofts and 10th Street apartments are about 2 blocks to the southeast. I would also point out that there are 2 fairly large parking structures in the area that have parking to the public available for a charge. Anyway, staff's recommended approval, subject to pretty lengthy list. Most of these are the standard conditions. I would just clarify on the 5th one, we've just added the note that the premise shall be allowed to obtain a Type E permit for background sound equipment on the patio. I won't read through these, just the first two deal with the off-street parking. We recommend that they provide a secured parking arrangement for at least 33 off-street, or for 33, or for one per 150 square feet of tavern use for the life of the tavern. And would also point out that any construction on the site must be in accordance with the design guidelines applicable to this district. So, Are there any questions?
Because of Mr. Garland's objection to this, has there been any thought by the city that as part of the conditional use permit that the person that's granted the conditional use permit clean up the Ford and Garland lot every morning before 5 a.m.?
That would be, or it doesn't look like Ford and Garland would even want them using the parking lot.
Well, I understand.
But people, you're right, people would still find their way to the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Because evidently they don't have a problem right now.
yeah.
And all they want to do is preserve their use of their property, and they've been there for 50 years.
I mean, that would be a fair condition that the applicant's required to clean up the adjoining properties on a daily basis or a nightly basis.
I think the concern Ford and Garland has probably isn't just about this. I think they've experienced this before. When the social club was nearby, I know there was times I've parked in Garland's back lot. So
Did you
he's
send
probably
him $5?
So he's probably just concerned that, I'm sure he's experienced a little of this before. Probably just doesn't want to see, he's trying to cover the bases he can, probably the way it is, keeping the lot clean.
Any other questions?
Isn't it true that under Nationwide's development agreement, they have to make public parking available? So with that, why are we requiring them to secure 33?
Well, it's not, it is within a block and a half, so there's, in all likelihood, patrons are going to find closer parking options if they can. So.
Show us where Keck is proposing to give him, no, keep that map up there.
Yeah, they own two ramps. This one. They also own the surface lot, because I sold it to them. I sold them this building and this land.
13th and Locust.
But they're contractually bound
up
off
the street
here, because they receive so much TIF money. So they have to make this public.
Also at 13th and Walnut, with additional parking on
After
the ramp at 12th and Walnut, which is that ramp there.
Okay.
So, CAC may manage those nationwide.
I don't know if that's true for this one, but I know it's true for this.
Bert, do you have a statement from the Downtown Neighborhood Association on this? They gave no response in any form?
No.
Okay.
After we sent out the new notices, I did email the neighborhood president to make sure. But I didn't hear anything back.
And I notice you've even been listing the addresses you mail this stuff to for these folks in our packet. So okay,
that's a new addition this month. That was in light of some other notification issues.
I'm just surprised you didn't hear back one way or the other. So.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question about, it pretty much relates to parking. I don't quite understand what you mean by valid parking agreements with nearby property owners. Does that mean if Keck writes them a letter and says, I've got 33 spaces and they're vacant every night, you can use them if you want to? Is that good enough?
I think that would be good enough.
They don't have to rent those spaces or make them available for free or anything like that?
Yeah. So we just wanted maybe parking arrangements, maybe a better term, but we just wanted something submitted in writing for the life of the tavern.
Well, I don't know, but it says proof of a valid parking agreement shall be submitted to the city permit and development center on an annual basis.
I don't think that Keck letter you had, that sounded like it was an offer. Yeah, I have spaces available, but
Yeah.
maybe I want to charge you a lot, and then
And I only showed this to show the board that the applicant is working.
okay, so there's some negotiations probably. Okay, they can tell us about that, I bet.
What about the street parking?
And I agree with Jake that maybe that number one ought to go away.
I don't think that's reasonable. I mean, it's
downtown,
C3A zoning, right?
Yeah.
And if it weren't a bar,
No off-street parking would be required. Right.
so to me, that's unreasonable. And there's ample street parking up and down
Yeah.
Walnut
there's
and 13.
Parking on both sides of Walnut and on one side of 13th Street.
We can get to that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a question. If we're talking about this parking, and I understand what you're saying, but we've had some issues before with bars that have opened up, and then people have just been able to go out and park anywhere. And then we've had landlords come in and say, every day I have to come and clean up the streets. I'm being made responsible to take care of your messes.
Yeah.
How,
And you're right, that this was, I guess, copy and pasted from a previous one where I forget the address, but it was Ivan Escalona, south of Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway, where it was a case where he had the events center and people were parking all over in the.
but I think we do need to make the bar owner responsible for some parking and cleaning up.
If I knew, I'm sorry, Jake.
You're fine. I think it's very different if you're in C3A zoning as opposed to any other neighborhood zoning. I think that in C3A, you have 100,000 people down there in any given day doing a myriad of different things. It's unfair, I think, to hold that bar owner in that case responsible. If it's one of the other bars that we've talked about that's in a neighborhood and it's clear that they are the source, I 100% agree. But I think in C3A zoning only is what I'm talking about. I don't think we can hold them accountable because you've got pedestrian traffic going from all different places that could just as easily litter.
Yeah. I think a lot of the type of establishment, which maybe we'll hear from the appellant, would have something to do with it. I've never parked in a lot to eat or drink at Raccoon River Brewing Company. I always park on the street. And I don't know if they have a parking lot or an agreement. Yeah. And there's never a problem with that. It was Club Z International and everybody's spilling out of there at 1:45, having a really good time. Look out for the neighboring parking lot, So I'd kind of like to hear what they're talking about before I would pass judgment on parking one way or the other.
And I own several pieces of C3A property, and we just have to clean it. There's no finger to point at. There's no clear contributor to it. It's just part of being in the core.
Okay. Let's hear what the applicant's got to say. Thanks, Bert. Applicant, representative the applicant?
Good afternoon. Jeremy Mahler, 686 Foster Drive, Des Moines, Iowa.
Just want to answer questions?
I don't have any questions. Do you guys want to ask me some questions?
I think
I have answers.
There we go.
All right.
What kind of bar do you want to operate? What's the plan? What's the style?
The term is gastropub, but pub restaurant would be a more known term.
Okay. Anything kind of similar in the metro that you would think of that would be a good example? You probably don't want to compare yourself to competition. But.
We're styling it after, I don't know if you ever went to drink the original Fun Bar in Clive.
Okay.
Kind of the same concept.
Okay.
And a happy hour eat and drink establishment.
Okay, so you're maybe after the after-work crowd, downtown folks that don't want to trip over Court Avenue issues.
Certainly, there seems to be quite a bit of that down there.
Yeah.
and what did you call it, though?
Gastropub, Gastro.
Exile's a gastropub too,
Okay.
right?
Not related to gastrointestinal?
No.
No, okay, all right.
Have you managed any other bars before?
Yes, I used to be a co-owner of Liars Club, which I sold in August of 2011 last year, and I own Bombay Bicycle Club, which is in the current building that Drink the Original Fun Bar was in Clive, Iowa.
Okay, all right.
No, your answer's pretty good then.
I've heard of both of those places, yes.
I think it's a sharp concept. It looks like a
Yeah.
bar I'd see on Lodo, a sharp.
And so you're going to own that building or lease?
We are leasing we're working on purchasing, but it doesn't seem to be falling into place right now. So right now, we have a 5-year lease with 3 5-year options.
Okay.
And then first right of refusal if the owner decides that he wants to sell it, because we are putting a substantial amount of money, nearly $750,000 into that building, so.
Did you plan to do any outreach with your neighbors or neighboring businesses to discuss your plans? Or
We actually had talked to Steve Garland. I was surprised to see that letter. We had talked to him originally about the parking, because that would have been convenient for us to rent that from him. He wasn't interested in that,
Yeah.
but assured him that we will do our best to keep that area clean. And then again, with the KEC, my understanding is that the actual KEC headquarters, which is just north of 1303, is coming down, and that is going to be all parking there. So that's where we're primarily trying to get a deal done with the KEC parking.
And has Ryan seen your sketch? Ryan Squire from Nationwide?
I don't know. I've only submitted it to you guys and the architect.
My personal recommendation would be to contact him.
for sure.
I think if he saw what I just saw,
Mhm.
I don't think you'd get a card from him again.
Okay, appreciate it.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, close the public portion, go to board decision.
Well, I don't see anything from the neighborhood, and not that we need to all the time. I don't see anything from any other elected officials weighing in. It looks like it would be a substantial improvement to property value at this location. It's starting to look okay.
Might be a spot we'd have to go check out, you know?
Yeah, I am a little concerned. We have a lot of red on the map, but maybe that's just because there's not an understanding yet of what would be going on.
I think on the card that Nationwide sent back, they're just looking for more information.
Yeah.
And you've already talked to Steve Garland, so.
Right. And you understand how the sound ordinance works and all that stuff for your zoning district and, okay.
Yeah, we actually, Myers Club was part of a pretty big part of the original.
Yes, okay.
I'm fairly familiar with that.
Okay, excellent.
I don't see any necessity to put in condition 1 or 2.
I think if they want to do it, it's nice, but I don't think we need to make it a condition either.
I kind of like the safety issue, though, of having some lights. Not a big deal? Okay.
We have streetlights there, right?
I would guess and I would guess if other people are using these other parking areas after 5 PM, 4 months of the year, it gets kind of dark. I would think we've got a fair amount of illuminated parking areas in the vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
And you have restaurants in Nationwide's building the entire length of 13th across the street from this.
Okay.
We'll entertain a motion.
You want to do it?
I'm not sure. I'm ready to go ahead and grab it.
I'll recommend approval of the requested conditional use permit, subject to conditions 3 through 9 as presented by staff, striking conditions 1 and 2 as C3 district provides adequate opportunities for parking as is.
I'll second that. That sounds good. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 5-0. We check, hey, one thing, when do you anticipate opening?
We're shooting for October. It's a pretty lofty goal. We may not make it, but at this point, that's what we're telling everyone.
Sounds good.
All right?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Last on the agenda is item 21, a variance at 1100 East 14th.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is a request to expand an existing commercial building located near the intersection of East University and East 14th Street. The appellant didn't indicate what their motivation was other than they were looking for additional business. There's an existing building there now, which is a restaurant use. This addition would be actually more than doubling the current area. If you look at the north is to the right. I don't know if you'd rather me make it readable or turn it so that it's
That's all right.
to the north. But this is the existing building footprint. I think it was a dry cleaners for a number of years and then was converted to a restaurant use. It sits back to meet the setback essentially, whereas the proposed building creates a footprint which projects out towards the street on East 14th Street and needs the relief. They're proposing to go within 10 feet of the right-of-way line on East 14th, needing relief of the front yard setback, but also the area that it adds to the premises creates additional parking in the amount that they would need relief of that as well. So there's also the variance request of 9 off-street parking stalls, less than the minimum required 13, recognizing that we have 4 on the site that can be demonstrated meeting the geometry that make them functional. They don't conform, however, because there's this one, for example, does not necessarily meet the setback of 5 feet that we would normally require. I think we can recognize that existing parking area as a non-conforming off-street parking for the current use, which has been in continuous use of the restaurant building. But the new building generates additional parking, so this request is asking for relief of the total that would be required for both uses based on the additional. If you look at the site from East 14th Street, it sits out to the southeast corner at Fremont and East 14th. The building that was built as Osco but has been occupied by Family Video, I think, in Ocean Dental and some other tenants in recent years, sits to the back and basically covers the balance of the block. So if you're looking at the aerial here, you can see the block. This little property is carved out of the southeast corner. If you zoom in, you can get a sense of the open space area that they're building into right here. They would tear off this little cooler addition to make that work, is my understanding. There's also some terrain differences from the grade at this building versus the grade of the parking that sits behind it for the bigger commercial site. The appellant did submit some renderings of how this would look from a character standpoint. I don't think staff thinks that this is necessarily out of character in terms of its design quality or its material quality. There's a little bit more concern about the character from the projecting toward the street. So if you look at if you go back to that site sketch, then the fact that this is coming, within 10 feet of the right-of-way line of a major East 14th corridor, that really isn't the character you see in the surrounding area. There are if you go closer to Euclid, you do run into some buildings that get close to the street, but this is not the character in this general area. So our concern from staff's perspective is really that building to this area is going to overbuild We believe that a reduced project that would basically extend to the same projection of the current building, which would eliminate the need for the setback relief from East 14th. We think that we could get the parking requirement down to an exception if they were able to show some negotiation for shared parking with the adjoining property owner. The other property does have a surplus of their parking requirement, so there is some ability for them to openly negotiate that. So in this case, we're recommending denial of the requested variance, but we would recommend granting the exception from the parking deficiency standpoint, allowing an exception of 5 spaces less than the minimum required 11 spaces. Subject to the following limitations. Any addition shall be constructed in compliance with all applicable building codes. Any addition shall not exceed 1,152 square feet, which would fit within that footprint that I mentioned, which would pull it back to meet the setback. Any building addition will not extend closer to East 14th than the existing building, and that the owner shall have secured a shared parking lease with the adjoining property owner to the west for a minimum of 3 additional off-street parking spaces, which brings it up to 7, which keeps it within that relief that we're recommending. So that would count the 4 plus the 3 leased would be, get it to an exception level appeal for the, they would have to, again, and I know Mr. Christensen has mentioned the viability of commercial depth on tenant space, so that may come into play here, but we looked at it a little more purely from the urban design perspective.
Eric, is there any plans for East 14th Street widening or?
That, traffic did not indicate any. I think there's been a number over the years. I don't think there's anything in the program that would take additional right-of-way. I believe some right-of-way has probably been taken over time.
That's already 3 lanes wide there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Just might be some beautification, might be some wide sidewalks,
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
If I can find the aerial here. At one time, there was an intersection improvement at the corner already, so I would be surprised unless there was some kind of major, thought that we wanted to put more traffic up East 14th Street through that neighborhood. It's probably as wide as it's going to be in this area.
Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Eric. Applicant, representative of the applicant? Thank you for waiting.
Richard Lowry, 1100 East 14th Street. I graduated from East High. Been in business for 40 years in Des Moines. I've always been a very responsible and great business person for the city and the state of Iowa. I know my neighbors, know what they anticipate, and I've always been a good neighbor to them. And I've talked it over with a lot of the people in the neighborhood. In the mall behind there, I was behind there for the last 7 years until my contract recently ended. I needed to downsize. I was in 6,000 square feet. I was right beside the dentistry company and the Family Video. That's the Owasco building. I was there for the last 7 years. I was across the street beside Walgreens for 17 years. The old Super Value store. I was there. You probably don't know me because I operate very quietly. I'm very efficient and I take care of my neighbors. And so they have no problems about my operation. Like I said before we started, we were over there 6,000 square feet. Now we want to downsize to 2,000 square feet. Well, the 1,900 and what I believe it is square feet. We wanted to go there ourselves because our neighbors, we have the niches for a lot of the people in the neighborhood, and they want us to be there. But we don't need quite that big a space, and I'm getting older. But that's the reason why, and we do own the restaurant. That's the reason why we wanted to go down there.
Well, did you look at the staff's report on this? They want you to downsize some more. Is that something you've considered, or what's your view of that?
Well, from 6,000 to 1,900 square feet, that's pretty small. And we were considered a department store, Laurie's department store. We were behind there for 7 years. And we were across the street for a while, quite a few years. So downsizing it any more than that, we'd be making it very little, And that's very little already at 1,900 something square feet.
One of the things that, at least in the comment cards, the neighbors were worried about the parking.
I discussed it with the landlord that I was with prior, that's got the property. We are going to lease some slots from them to cover the parking needs, to cover what what we discussed down there already. If you put the site back up there, I'd like to show you what we discussed. Which shows the parking and the mall, the other mall.
You want the aerial?
Okay, right behind.
Do you want the aerial or do you want this one?
Yeah, that's fine too, or I like to have the aerial also.
Oh, also, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You see both of those?
Okay.
Even though,
Can you point on the paper down
Show
there?
him how to point on the chart.
Yeah, you can just touch the drawing down here
Okay.
to show them what you want. So
Okay.
if you just want to point out on there what you're trying to talk about.
Right here.
Yeah, that projects up on the screen.
This is what I discussed with the landlord, and he's agreed to lease me all these 12 spots to go along with the other spots that I was already in.
Does the city staff know that, though?
Yeah, I discussed it with him.
Yeah, he indicated he would look to get that lease when we met with him.
Okay.
So that would cover everything that we had discussed on it.
He hasn't given us anything,
Concrete?
yeah, in writing at this point.
Okay.
First I wanted to make sure this was.
Yeah, so I guess I want to point out, he indicated he was going to look into that.
Okay.
Is that the family video parking lot essentially?
Yes.
Where you would work out a parking
I was with
arrangement?
Family Video in that parking lot. I was with Family Video when we first opened over there. I was on the south side of Family Video, and I was there ever since they took up Moscow. I was across the street. And the reason why we moved over there because of the size. The reason why I'm trying to downsize now, not only the economy, but my age. I don't want 6,000 square feet anymore. It's too much responsibilities. But there are some niches that this community needs and wants me to still deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to do a good job for it.
And Mr. Lowry, what do you sell in your store? What are you going to sell? I have to ask. I drive there all the time, and I honestly didn't know you were there.
We're very quiet. We sell artificial hair, beauty products, ladies' clothes, men's suits, shoes, hats, socks.
So you have many departments in your store.
Many, right. I was an expert when I was with Sears Roebuck and Company. I worked in the area of finding niches for new stores, and that's where I got my niche from, on finding niches, that are not being taken care in the city of Des Moines and bringing them to the city of Des Moines.
And Mr. Lowry, you've got kind of this old dry cleaner site that used to be a restaurant,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay, you probably used to be a dry cleaner, then it was a
dry
restaurant.
cleaner.
And now you want to put your store in there. While you want to downsize from what you had, you still want to grow.
No, the restaurant is still a restaurant.
All right. And will it remain a restaurant?
Yes.
Okay, and will you be operating that as well?
No.
No, so someone else will.
Yeah.
Is it important for you to be able to build here so you can remain very close to the neighborhood you're in?
Yeah, that's very important.
I mean, I know there's a lot of vacant retail space like Fremont and East 9th Street, the McVillay Plaza, since that's been built. It was built to serve that community area. There's 1 or 2 bays out of like 8 of them in there that have ever been filled. Have you ever looked at existing space to rent?
I've always been, in that area, and those
Okay.
people in that area.
Okay, in that very close area, it sounds like. Okay, all right. Okay,
Always been there.
all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition?
Not in opposition, but I'm confused.
We might be able to guide you, or we might get confused ourselves.
She may be able to help.
I'm Lorraine Eldridge, president of Capitol Park Neighborhood Association. And first we knew about this was when I got the agenda.
Well, that's.
And now I
That usually
understand there's a restaurant and a department store,
Right.
which I didn't know. But I'm very unclear about the parking. Where would the extra parking be if the building were smaller?
Directly to the west behind the building.
So it would be strictly a leased kind of
Can
thing?
you point to that, Eric, while she?
And the
looking at
parking
that?
is intended to be
Or
on the-
on the aerial, point to where that parking would be
He's
There we are.
indicating he's negotiating
to lease
having these
those.
exclusively for him through some leased
Well,
agreement.
that's where we always parked before anyway, but you
Right.
come down to the sidewalk.
Yeah,
But
that's an issue for the site.
what about the south side of the building, the existing building? Because it seems
Well,
like,
he's got 3 there that are,
not at the moment, he will make them into parking, right?
well, there's 3 here. If you look on the aerial, there's 3. He comes in off that driveway and can head into the building right
Yeah, but the present is not parking.
here. You're saying there's not striping.
I've never
It's
seen it.
paved. It's paved.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never seen, I'm confused about that.
Yeah, there's a driveway right here.
I
You
get
can
it.
head-
I've
there's-
just never seen
yeah.
a car in there. Well, we sent our letter and made our statements, so that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you.
But Lorraine, would you think the neighborhood would feel better knowing that they're going to get that parking in the back?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, as long as there's parking.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in opposition?
James Nestler, 2701 East 39th Street, here on behalf of Family Video at 1345 East University. And there's, I guess there's 3 concerns we have. One is the parking. There is not a negotiation as far as on our end to make that happen. The other end would be kind of a safety concern for the dental and the cash business that is there. Building that business bigger is going to block more of that property. So, I mean, it is a concern, given that there's cash and a dental office there. The other thing, I guess, would kind of be, we certainly want to be good neighbors, but part of Mr. Lowry leaving our property is due to funds that are still owed to our business. So as far as reaching a lease arrangement with us, I mean, I just don't see that possible in the foreseeable future here. So, I mean, that's, based on the prior negotiation we had with him, so.
So are you saying that you own the parking that he's saying that he was going to?
Correct. So, I mean, there isn't anything worked out between our company and Mr. Lowry's company, so.
Okay. But something could be worked out, or?
Possibly. I mean, we have litigation filed right now, so, I mean, I don't know where that stands, where that's going to end up. Down the road, it would be a potential, but, I mean, we're talking down the road.
Usually, when we get in situations like this, if we make it a condition that he gets those lease spaces, and that doesn't happen, then the decision's hung. Can't execute our decision. So
right.
It would behoove him then to make sure that he could get it. So that's part of how the process works here.
Yeah, I mean, to me, today there's no way that it could be approved because there is nothing in writing. There is no way right now today we're going to make that decision happen. If other things balance out between the prior negotiations, I wouldn't say we wouldn't do it. It'd be under consideration, but based on the prior tenant's history, it's probably not something we would consider.
Now, you're not opposed to the building being constructed, though?
That I would be as well, just as far as, one, where would the customers park? Our lot. As he's indicated, kind of head nodding that they're already parking there. But then further beyond that, it's going to block more of the building and more of the property and becomes a safety concern for that neighborhood. Okay. So, I mean, those would be my concerns.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition? Mr. Lowry, you get 3 minutes.
I spoke to an attorney that Family Video told me to negotiate with. The gentleman gave me an alternative that he would lease it to me, and these are the things I had to take care of. I told the gentleman at the time that I would. And although I told the gentleman also, I had to first come down here to make sure that I was able to build before I can give them a commitment,
Okay. If we do a stipulation that it's contingent upon that, yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right. Any questions? Thank you. Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
I have an opinion. I agree that with staff recommendation, that's overbuilding, and the only way I would support it is if there's a long-term parking arrangement, because we either have to take the city staff's secondary recommendations or deny the initial one or the other. Because I agree 100% with their assessment that it's too much.
And I think, yeah, if we put that stipulation in there, give you more incentive to get the things worked out.
And I almost think it needs to be almost a perpetual lease right. I mean, you're talking about building a structure that is going to be dependent on ancillary parking for its lifetime. And that's a robust document to negotiate.
Well, let's take it kind of one step at a time. Is there any feel that you would want to allow the building as it's proposed? That is to say, the staff is recommending that you not allow it to project out farther than the current building. And Mr. Lowry says that's too small a building. I need a couple of thousand square feet, 1,920 or whatever it is. And staff is limiting him to 1,150 square feet. My first question, I guess, is, does everybody feel that that's a reasonable thing, or do you feel that he ought to be allowed to build the 1,900 square foot building?
I could be talked into having the 1,900 square foot building. I don't feel incredibly strong about the building face matching the existing building face. there's a lot of unique buildings in that corridor that,
Yeah.
vary. And that isn't, to me, the issue. The issue is parking. So I would just say if it would be a commensurate increase in the number of spaces required in that off-site agreement.
So basically, you're saying, yeah, he can build the building if he has the parking.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to go all the way to one-to-one to meet code. I think Eric was starting to talk about getting to an exception. Is that the right description?
By reducing the building, it gets him to that level of exception.
Let's not reduce the building. Let's keep the building at 1,900
If the building
square
was the
feet.
same, then you would need the 13 total.
Okay.
So he would have to take it up another 6 spaces to get 9.
Okay, okay.
So he'd need 9 spaces, is what you're,
At least 9 spaces.
he needs at
As a
least.
minimum.
But that, yeah, and that actually would not require any relief. If you wanted to do it at an exception level, it's just the 3. But if you're trying to go commensurate, let's see, what's the difference in the area? So half of the additional 6, so you would do it to 6. So you're getting an exception of that additional amount he would have been required. So it would be another 6 spaces on top of the 4 for a total of 10, waiving 3.
Okay.
I can get my mind around that.
Did you get all that?
Get your calculator working.
I'm a little less lukewarm than what I've heard so far. I'm more interested in not having buildings extend out into our setback areas in this area. When we say the corridor, what corridor are we talking about? The area between 235 and University needs some help in there. I'm not interested in seeing more variances and exceptions around East High School and around that intersection. I want to improve that a little bit better. The most I like Mr. Lowry as a business. I want to go check it out, but we've got vacant places in that neighborhood that a leasee, which is what he is, and maybe he'll be interested in golfing someday and actually retiring. I don't necessarily see Mr. Lowry running a business 10 or 15 years from now at this location. So now we've got a built location. What happens to it then? What comes in there then? The Ocean Dental building behind it, I'm concerned if we do build onto that, now we're blocking another building and we can start to affect other property values, the viability of other businesses.
Well, keep in mind that the blocking is not an issue because he can build the smaller building.
Well, if he builds the smaller building, he doesn't need the variation.
Site,
Yeah, well,
which was a concern, and to me, that's not a concern. I mean,
I'd like to see him build across the street on the empty old FINA or Clark Station lot, whatever that was. I mean, that's sat empty for 20 years. Let's get new businesses going. But I'd almost rather see the other business just gone and get that corridor a little cleaned up. But that's not the purview here. But I'm not enthused about seeing any kind of amendments to allow him to encroach into that right of way. Or not necessarily the right of way, but the setback.
Well, my concern is, I look at, he knows the kind of footage he needs to run a business. 1,900, you drop it down to 11, you're almost cutting it in half. So can you make it a successful business at 1,100?
No.
I would guess not. So as opposed to that sitting there doing nothing, which could be happening. That's the area I grew up in. So I know this area. I remember when Safeway came in first.
Yeah.
There we go. So I just assume if he wants to try and make a business run, that's fine. I'm good with 1,900 square feet. I am concerned about the parking. That's one thing that he's got to work out. And I hate to say this, but that might be the deal killer. Or it might be the final solution that he comes to. But like Tom says, whether it's 1,100 or 1,900, it's still going to be blocking. So my thing is, let's let him get a business going. This will put taxes back on the payroll. And I agree. I don't like to see it encroaching anymore. But if you go head down further north on East 14th, and that's just the way the city of Des Moines was laid out.
I know.
East 14th was a 2-lane road, and so all these people down there had these nice homes with these nice front yards.
Right.
You go to 4 lanes, and now all these houses are sitting right on top of East 14th. So,
But I see a change in that neighborhood as you get north of Cleveland, Washington, and up the whole, yes, you're tighter, but we look a little different there. You know, there's segments of a corridor, and then there is a corridor.
so I don't see this as being wildly sticking out as a
Okay.
sore thumb. I think and if he can make it a business that grows, that's great. I hope he makes enough money to buy Ocean Dental out. That'd be even better.
Sure.
Just my own thoughts, but
Move Ocean Dental some other place. Yeah.
I think we just put the stipulation on the parking and let him go 1,900. I think that's probably the best compromise we can get. And what's the minimum parking, Eric?
Well,
We're going to go,
the minimum for everything he wants to do there is 13, and the exception is 6. He's providing 4 on site, so we were recommending going to the exception level, which was 3, based on a reduced. You know, it really didn't even reduce his area because he has the potential to extend further north to the property line too, but
sure.
That involves some other building code matters that he might have to deal with on a property line. So the amount was still going to be 13. So if you're trying to give the exception level, it's still the 3 that we're recommending. What he's requesting right now is a variance by only having the 4 that we can guarantee.
Okay. So at the exception level, he just needs 6?
Right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 7.
7.
It's relief of 6.
Okay. All right. So do we have a motion?
Yeah, I would move to grant the requested variance to build the proposed building of 1,920 square feet, and also grant the exception for parking so that he will have at least 7 parking spaces. These 7 parking spaces must be agreed to with the adjoining property owner at least, or previous to him receiving a building permit. So that he has to have the parking before he gets the building permit.
What about any longevity like Jake was thinking?
Well, it either has to be a perpetual, a lease that would be renewable for at least 40 years, which would probably be the life of the building. Or he has to just acquire the additional property.
Okay.
You know how you do that.
So in this, we're also giving the variance of 15 feet less than the minimum 25
Yes.
setback. Okay. I'll second that. Any further discussion? Thoughts?
Needs 4 to pass, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. All those opposed? 4 to 1.
Okay. All right.
Mel, I like your thinking. Motion carries. You got a lot of work ahead of you, but you got it. Let's go. I noticed they shut the air conditioning off on us.
Signal.
Constructive eviction.
Okay, approval of last month's meetings, minutes?
Yeah, move the minutes of the June 27th.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
4, 1 abstention. I wasn't here.
Okay.
Any other business?
None.
None?
Maybe we'll have some new
Meeting's
business.
adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
We might have some new business.